What is going on there, everybody? It's a wet Wednesday, I guess, as far as today, as far as outside weather. Oh, no streaking, everybody.
Sorry.
You might have to put your raincoat on, I guess, as far as we go streaking. A little wet out there, because as far as you might need an umbrella or put a slicker on. Going to streaking there. I think we got the 20 stream streak here, Racer Batman. Welcome in there. Darian coming in first. Racer Batman joining the party. Yeah, party's just getting started. Let's see. So, what did we do in the off stream here? Yeah, so we did get this truck. I did mention this yesterday, I guess, as far as we did get our street truck. Generic Stepside, I guess, as far as we're going to work on that guy. I think we did get this running. I'm pretty sure we did get it running, and if it doesn't, we're going to make sure it does. Throw a snowball. When you throw a snowball, you shouldn't be able to throw a snowball, I guess, as far as in the intro. Should be able to now, though. Yeah, we don't have any more snow here in reality. All the rain kind of washed it away.
We are getting together for Christmas. No worries, no worries, no worries,
no worries, no worries, no worries, no worries. Nice. Oh, so you got like a late Christmas thing there? I guess as far as maybe you do got one of those. I mean, some people do have to celebrate, I guess, as far as after the fact. That does happen sometimes. Yeah, so our inventory is clear, and we're gonna work on this guy. So let me double check and make sure this one does run. I don't remember if it did. We did get this from the auction, and I believe it was a 3-star. I believe it was a 3-star. So it doesn't run. I'm gonna see if I can top this off with some oil. There's that snowball. I guess we needed a little bit of virtual snow, I guess, as far as to get that to go through.
Racer Batman says on my dad's side.
I want the dad's side. Yeah, so just making sure. Okay, that one's good to go. Just making sure things are good to go over here. Trying to get that snowball fight going. Welcome in here, Jono. What's happening today? So yeah, you got the Christmas on the dad's side. Yeah, sometimes that's just the way it works out, I guess, as far as you end up having the Christmas, I guess, as far as post-pack. So we're going to top this off with some oil. See if we can get this running.
Rodaria says snowball versus at J_Rock Nation. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I like how she spells that, or speaks that out. That's funny. That's super funny. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. What am I doing? Get out of that. I want to put some oil in this thing. Top it off with some fresh stuff and see if we can get this running. Sometimes these cars from the salvage auction, that's all they need. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that one stunk a little bit. Okay. Need a little bit of oil. Alright, let's see if she'll start. Kind of crazy how this works here. We could just put a little bit of oil in it and she'll start. There we go. So you can see those gauges on that, they tend to flip backwards, I guess, as far as it's super funny. So it goes counterclockwise instead of clockwise. That is one of the faults that we've come to understand, I guess, as far as with this truck. Amongst other things, but still otherwise a pretty decent truck. So this one's from Virginia. Yeah, we're going to fix this guy up. So we did get it running. So I think the frame is a little bit rough shape, so we're going to go ahead weld that up. Let's weld that up. Jonah will get on the snowball action. I'll get on that action. Even though I don't have a lot of snow here in reality, I guess, as far as... we need some more virtual snow. A little bit more virtual snow to get the snowballs going. Alright, let's get this welded. 1,300 to get her welded. Now, this one's obviously a little bit more expensive. No, it was actually the GTO. That's right. This one here is really super duper cheap to get that welded. The way that one's designed. Let's move that back out of the way. So our frame should be 100%. Let's fix up some body panels. This one's got some pretty interesting body panels, I guess, as far as to work with. So even see if they're on here. They might not even be on here. These bolts right there, yeah. So this is kind of a weird one, I guess, as far as that this truck has. Very easy to miss, and kind of hard to grab too. There we go. But what I do like about it is you can take the bed and the fenders off separately. Not all one piece on the bed. Gives you the option, I guess, as far as for a lot of different things. Definitely gives me plenty of inspiration, I guess, as far as for how we design our own. Good evening there, Jack Go. You should have a lot more snow now. A lot of snow? Maybe not a lot of snow, but I got a little bit of snow. We did editing this one. That's probably another fair mention of this guy. Wait a minute. Why is that? Hold on a minute. Did I go... What is going on here? Oh, that's the core support bracket. Okay, never mind. So, as some of you may remember, I guess as far as this one here, when we worked on this one, it had the radiator fan that was sticking through the radiator. We did fix that. We did fix that, I guess, as far as so that it wasn't that. That was one of the flaws that we feel like we could fix pretty easily. And it was a pretty easy fix. So we did that in the off stream. So right now I just want to fix up some body panels. So there's another version of this truck that's also a drag. This one is called the Street. The drag one, this not that much different than the Street. It's just got a little bit beefier tires, a little bit different setup. It's kind of more like this here, I guess, as far as without the wheelie bar. Pretty interesting as far as we got those different kind of setups. There's got the modern suspension in the rear. Okay, what else is body parts on this one? So we do have the chrome. Yep, there are chrome moldings around the winders. Now I like it the way this one's done, as far as it's separate from that. Whereas on this one we have the chrome is actually part of the window. So many different ways you can go about that as far as to design your own car. So do we get all the body panels off of this? What's our status? Looks like it. We're in the red. 1%. That looks good. Get these parts fixed up. So, oh shoot, we did do some engine building, I guess, as far as in the off stream too. Yeah, so that reminds me too. That was something I played around with here. So we did go with a Chevy Red, performance red on this one here, I guess, as far as we got. This is our Z28, and I was thinking of doing that on these two as well. Got to make the engine block, I guess, as far as red. So we did swap that out there. We built a brand new engine in the off stream, and we pulled the one out that it had, slapped that up here on the... I thought I had this one done. Hold on a second, let me pull that out. I thought I had this one done. Double check that. I should have that done. Yes. Okay. That's our V8 OHV. I'm gonna put this in here. I don't know how that. I could have swore I put that away. Could have swore I put that away. I did sell a lot of stuff that we had in here, as far as especially tire setups. It was just getting a little too crowded. So we did put that one in there. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and put that one away. Where's that at? So this guy, we'll put him away. Oh, I forgot to put where did that filter come from? Oh no, did I pull that out mistakenly? Or did I don't remember where that came from. Oh goodness, can't remember where that came from. Oop. That in my normal inventory. I don't know where that came from. Did I pull that out by mistake? I probably did. Probably did. I'm gonna put that. We can use that. I think on this one. Just have an air box. This one doesn't have an air filter box? That's crazy. So that's probably what this one might need, too. As far as I realize, there's no air filter box on this thing. Now, just out of curiosity, this one, that's got the 2-carb. Okay, so that one's good. I just want to double check here. I think this one needs to have an air filter box on it. I don't think we took that off already. It might have been missing. Let me check it out here. Nope, so from what I can tell, this one does not have one. I might have to add that to this one. I think I might add that to this one. Let's see. Yeah, so amongst the changes that we made on this this config for the truck, the radiator, I think I'll add a air filter box to this one here. That'd be a good idea. Darren, you're already here. What are you talking about? Welcome on in. Let's see, we're gonna go. Let's strain this out. We gotta get that radiator off so we can fix it. Wow, I got like a massive sneeze. You get that little, oh man, that tingle that gets as far as in your nose. Good grief, it's just like trying to anticipate it. Just trying to anticipate it. Alright, so we can get the radiator out so we don't get the mess on the floor. Alright, let's do... Bring this guy out. Come on now. Charge the battery up, all that good stuff. So we need to get that off. We'll get that replaced. I'm going to take the battery out, get that charged. Tire's a little bit scuffy, I guess, as far as we might get those replaced out. Haven't really decided yet if we're going to keep this guy or not. I'm thinking maybe just to have that trim. We got the stock one that's outside, and we got this guy. I'd like to be able to see a version that have like a flatbed kind of version, I guess, as far as of this dude, or have a completely enclosed rear end. Maybe even with a tonneau cover. That's what I have not seen with this one. There's a lot of options, yeah, for this one. A lot of options. Okay, so we did all that. So yeah, we're fixing up body parts, and I noticed the engine on the stand. That's where I got sidetracked. A little bit of scatterbrain today because it was like we had the snow. Oh crap! Did I break that? Nope. No, we're good. That was almost broke that part. But yeah, we had the snow in the overnight, and so we had that to deal with this morning, and then it started to rain this afternoon, this early afternoon, and it's basically just washing all that snow away. So yeah, all that snow is currently getting melted away, I guess, as far as with the rain. So fine by me. It's just one less thing I got to deal with. We got a nanner. Are bananas even in season? Guess I like my fresh nanners. Okay, so we got all those parts. So I think it's pretty cool looking, I guess, as far as when it's stripped down. So yeah, that's the underbody. So the way the underbody is done in this one is giving me a little bit of inspiration, I guess, as far as, so it's kind of simple, much the same as we did on our Gen 2. But what I like about it, as far as on the core support, got the openings here for like the headlights and such. I have not really done anything like that on our Gen 2. So yeah, it does give me a little bit of insight on how we do that. And I have been doing some work in the off stream, I guess, as far as on that. It's just nothing. I was hoping maybe to have something to show on stream, I guess, as far as for today, but it's not quite done yet. It's just not quite done yet. So we got the headlights fixed. So we got chroming pieces, doors. Looks like most of the body panels on this thing are repairable. Okay, so we need the bed on. That's repaired. Got our tailgate. May or may not. Let's see what color this truck we want to paint it. Maybe just keep it this blue. Very good option. We got this mirror. Yes, we got that mirror. This mirror. Yeah, all these are repairable. So let's get some new glass. New windows. We go here. Very well laid out on this one. I think you might have observed this before, I guess, as far as they got this design as it to be like a Chevy version of the Ford F100 that they got represented in the game. They made it just generic. So it's on a particular brand, which I thought was kind of an interesting approach. This one's in good shape. We're going to get a brand new one. We're going to get it all at 100%. And then back window. So this should be all in the windows. We get the body to 100%. I think I did miss those bolts on the back. Those are easy to miss in this design. So they are right here. They're very hard to get to. There we go. Kind of a weird thing to do, I guess, as far as, but I kind of understand why they did it, just to kind of make it so you got to bolt in, I guess, as far as, because you can't really interact with putting screws into that. So that was the next best thing, I guess, as far as just to make it that way. Wouldn't really be that hard, I guess, as far as to make that just as a part of the bed itself and make it a separate material. So I think, just speaking from experience, I guess, as far as how we designed our own deal. So like the fender badges that we did on here, especially for the Z28, the way we did here, there's two different colors. Now you can definitely tell the difference when you look at it this way. This one here has an in-game material for body chrome, and this one is all texture. So the way the chrome trim, as well as the red, I guess, as far as for the Z and the Z20, that's all texture. So there's definitely a difference between how you apply the materials to it, because you can definitely see the difference that way without highlighting it, as far as using materials that the game provides and just texturing it. This is also why we see this same thing on, what the heck, that's not what I want to do. We see the same thing going on with the grill. So you can't even notice the badge, I guess, as far as for the grill on there, unless you do this. So same thing with this one here, as far as that Z28 badge on the grill is textured, as opposed to using in-game material. So I can maybe somewhat understand why it was done this way, I guess, as far as to try and use, but there's no reason why you couldn't put these bolts right here, I guess, as far as a part of that bed. I've definitely proven, I guess, as far as more times on our own design, I guess, as far as for doing that. So I need to sneeze like really bad, so just give me a second. This nose is driving me crazy. Alright, my apologies, folks. I guess as far as, holy smokes, that I needed to sneeze. Something fierce. So, yeah, we got that out of the way. Thank goodness. Whew. That was a big one too. All right, so anywho, did we get our body? All the 100%. We're 92, so I think that last percentage is going to be license plates. So we could put some standard license plates on here. Let's do that just to make sure we can get this to 100%. Let's do plates. We'll do standard. And let's do 2 of these. Yeah, let's do 2 of those, one for the front and the back. And slap those in. And see if we get this body to 100%. Like everything should be good. There we go. This truck was originally from Virginia, apparently. So we're 100% on both the frame and the body. Nice. So as far as color, it was originally blue. We'll probably get this repainted. And I think I'll just keep it that factory color. So this one's more of a toned down version of our blue sapphire metallic, which is this one here. This was a standard, I mean, this is as close. I'm not going to say it's exact, but this is as close as they had for blue sapphire metallic. For GM, it gets as far as back in the 70s. But I think that's what they tried to do here with this C10. It's pretty neat. One thing I've pointed out too, I guess, as far as with this truck, is they don't have any fender badging at all. I mean, it's very discernible, I guess, as far as that it is a C10. But the fact that there's no badging, I guess, as far as on the front fenders, that's a little bit lacking. Obviously, it is totally possible, as what we've done with our Gen 2. So, yeah. And this one here, they did have, so not so much on the drag one, but on the stock GTO, it does have the GTO badge on the fender, but that one's static. It's not removable. So, just so many different ways you can go about how things are applied, I guess, as far as to body parts. I'm a little bit giddy about that because as far as I have so many ideas that I want to do for our Gen 2. Definitely. So we want to, let's do some interior on this one here. Get the interior good to go. So it's only got a bench seat and a steering wheel. It's pretty simple. So let's do a disassemble. Pull this out. We'll get it reupholstered. And actually we need to do assemble so we can get a new bench. And that. Then we'll go to the interior shop and grab those items. Wait, what did I got here? Oh, that's for the hood. Yeah, so I put that on there. That was my mistake. Somehow I put that on the list when I was trying to just look at that Gen 2. We didn't need that on there. It's fine, don't worry about it. So put that bench seat in, and that should be good on the interior. So our car status, we're 100%. Oh, we probably gotta detail it. Yeah, probably need to detail it. We'll get her detailed, we'll get that all 100%. We got Alexis coming in. I guess as far as welcome in there, Alexis. Hope the day's going well. That's not what I meant to. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. I'm just clumsy today. There we go. Get this interior all nice and detailed. And we are 100% on all that. Sweet. Cleaned up pretty good. Yeah, we're going to get it painted too. Yeah. Let's get her to the default color. Let's get her over to the paint shop, the paint booth. So many things we want to do. Alright, so let's get her painted. And we're going to do default color. Get it all one solid color. So the only thing I found pretty interesting is there's no, like Chevrolet, this is the way it would be, I guess, as far as on these C10s back in the day. They left it very generic. So no badging on it at all. And I think that was done intentionally. I think they wanted to have a Chevy or GM version of the F100 as far as the step side. Which I think is pretty commendable. Granted, it's not perfect. I understand. We understand very much so it's not perfect, but still a pretty cool concept to it. Alright, so we got her painted all one color. Let's get this back over to lift. We're doing alright. We're just getting started, I guess, as far as on the C10. We got this from the auction. We did get it running. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to pull this engine out. Now that we got that all done. I just wish there was more I could do. I've been trying my darndest, I guess, as far as to try and figure out how to get like the default parts to the game, I guess, as far as extract it out so we can better align, I guess, as far as certain parts. Like this car is probably the latest that we've worked on to understand how they've got all these you know, accessory parts, I guess, as far as to line up so well. I've struggled with my, you know, like I've mentioned, I guess, as far as on our Gen 2, this was all guesswork to get this cut out. I mean, just understanding, I guess, as far as it needed to be centered, and just getting a rough dimension, I guess, as far as I made a rough primitive shape for this bird catcher, as well as this front end, I guess, as far as on the blower. And I had to go back and forth several times to make sure that this cutout was exactly the way I needed to be, I guess, as far as to match up with that. There's got to be an easier way to do that. There has to be. Because we've seen so many mod vehicles, I guess, as far as have so many well lined up parts. I'm either doing something wrong, or it's just there's a way to get the in-game car parts out of the game so you could actually line it up better. Because even like with this one here, I can definitely tell this car was the original TBX, and they've just fancied it up, I guess, as far as to make it a GTO. I mean, even the way the default hood and whatever is on the stock one it's perfect. I've compared these in the editor, I guess, as far as it's just like, how was that even possible? I want to know how they did that. I want to be able to take like trucks like this and be able to make it better. So like those parts with the bolts, I guess, as far as they can be just applied to the yeah, straight up to the bed. I want to be able to fix that, you know, so without having to totally remodel the whole thing and make our own truck, which takes time. I mean, it's taken me over a year, I guess, as far as just to get that Gen 2 to where it's at, the Gen 2 Camaro. It's, you know I have some limitations myself with this, you know, working with the Unity engine and such, but my goodness, like some of these vehicles that are out there, these mod vehicles that are out there, there's got to be a way, I guess, as far as they got things so perfect. I feel like I'm a little bit in the dark on that. I'd like to know how to do that so we can actually create vehicles, I guess, as far as a little bit more accurate. We don't, you know, so we've seen other cars too, like the McLaren, that has its custom exhaust designed the way it is, which is probably pretty accurate for the McLaren, but none of it lines up, I guess, as far as with the in-game engine. Absolutely none of it. So that's the two extremes, I guess, as far as I see, with things that are lined up better than others, I guess, as far as, so we need to drain the oil out of this here so we can get that engine pulled, so we can get that cleaned up. Let's see, let's do this. Maybe at some point I'll show a little bit more of the process like that if folks are interested, I guess, as far as just to kind of understand the struggles that I've had, at least anyway, with trying to get parts designed, I guess, as far as for our own builds. Because my goodness, it's a little bit frustrating. It's like I want that to be a lot more accurate and lined up and such, I guess, as far as than it is. So there's only so much you can do, I guess, as far as to make primitive parts. And when I say primitive, is they're not the exact parts that you want to get lined up with it. It's like, yeah, it's super frustrating. Anyway, let's get this engine pulled. I feel like I could have had a lot more done with our Gen 2 and other cars, I guess, as far as if I had more information about how we get things lined up better. Let's see, so let's do this over here. We'll get this pulled out. Get this on the stand. Alright, so she's out of there. So we got some other engine base stuff here to do. Let's drain this guy out. We'll fix this servo. Get the fuse panel out. Man, it's got some chunky relays in this one, yep. So we did confirm that it does run. So we're in good shape there. Just need to furbish it up here a little bit. It's got the ABS over on this side. Now, I don't know if this would be accurate or not, because I know I've seen other cars that have the ABS unit itself, I guess, as far as can be on the opposite side, I guess, as far as of the brake booster or the brake master cylinder. So the way the lines are run, I guess, as far as it can run, you know, not on the same side, I guess, as far as others. So I have seen that. I don't know if that was the approach that, they took with this one. I think even this drag one has the ABS on it. Yeah, let's see, that one's over on this side. This is a common setup, I guess, as far as for having an ABS system on that. It's usually going to be on the same side as the master cylinder. This is something, too, that I've been kind of messing with. So not even to have the booster, because you got the booster and then the master cylinder, but just to have just the master cylinder, I guess, as far as in the engine bay. I've been playing around with that, too, as far as the design for that one. Okay, I think we got everything out of here. Let's fix up what we can. We'll get that engine on the stand. Gotta ask us some questions. And I figure some of these cars that need a little bit of help on, you know, maybe just a little bit of refurbishment, it would be nice if we could kind of tinker with it a little bit, I guess, as far as to make it look, kind of freshen it up. Maybe not look so out of whack, for lack of a better way to put it. Let's put this one on the stand. We're going to fix that dude up. Yeah, so let's get to going on this one here. We'll tear this one down. So it's a non-supercharged LS. Modern LS. Now, I've heard some... I was watching another YouTube video, I guess, as far as like that, so they don't necessarily consider this an LS3, which I would more than... what's the other engine? Oh, won't let me do it. Can I do it this way? No. The one that has the red head covers, I guess, as far as to it, you probably know what I mean. It's got a lot of the idlers on the front. That engine seems to be more considered the LS3. Yeah, the General Motors LS3 rather than this one, which I find kind of odd. Why that's considered more of a thing. What I would like to see, as far as like the LT4 or like the LT engines, the luxury touring as opposed to the luxury sport. So maybe we'll see that, I guess, as far as in the next rendition of the game. It's wishful thinking. Definitely wishful thinking. We've seen some pretty cool engines represented from different manufacturers in this deal. So we've definitely seen what is possible. Lots of bolts. Alright, so this is... What's even crazier is this is kind of still pretty old. So we're talking this style of engine is probably a good 20 years old. Or pretty close to that, 15, 20 years old at this point. You know, the fact that it still uses the push rods and not necessarily like the valve timing type of sensors that we've seen like on the Aston Martins. So again, we've definitely seen what is possible. So I'd like to see some of these newer features that we have on some of the DLC engines applied to in-game engines. You know, have it be a default design, not necessarily in the form of DLC. All right, so we get. Oh, let's get this front end off so we can get that head off. Get that idler out. So this one doesn't have a tensioner per se; it just has the idler. This front end stuff off. Yeah, the fact that this one is pretty legit on how it's designed to represent, I guess, as far as the modern LS3 as we know it. Pretty darn accurate. You know, even considering, I guess, as far as for now, this is from the fact that this game is representative 21. This engine here, this style, I guess, as far as came out, probably late 2000s, no, probably 2005, I want to say. So anywhere from 2005, maybe 2010, somewhere around that range. I've worked on several of these, I guess, as far as in you know, IRL, I guess, as far as, so these aren't 100% accurate, but they're pretty darn close. Pretty doggone close. But just with the way orientations of the plugs, you know, the push rod orientation, I guess, of the valve train. So I guess they tried to make it not look exactly the same because of licensing, I guess, as far as for that, so they don't have the licensing from GM, which I find even crazier that GM wouldn't be willing, I guess, as far as to back, I guess, as far as the developer of this game for that type of thing. So the fact that they had to call it a CGM instead of an LS3. You know, the fact that we do have Ford representative officially. We've got Mazda and any other types of manufacturers, Dodge, Chrysler, all that. I wouldn't mind seeing, I guess, as far as a true General Motors, I guess, as far as LS3 or they even LT4 at this point. Because we've gotten like the Ford, it'd be kind of neat to see like the Godzilla. We've seen the Hellcat from Dodge. That's pretty well done as far as that massive supercharger it's got on that. So to see like a Godzilla engine, I guess, as far as for the Ford, so many possibilities. So many possibilities. You know, and I'm not really a Ford guy, I guess, as far as, but you gotta appreciate, I guess, as far as some of the quality and research and development that's gone into such engines like the Godzilla. Alright, let's get the bottom end. I'm just full of, you know, thoughts, I guess, as far as of what is possible, but being a little bit restricted because of what we can and cannot do. Alright, let's see, we got all those out. Oops. Gotta get that rod cap off first, you dummy. Then we can take the piston out. There you go. I don't know, I feel like I'm... Whoa! We got a posse coming in. Oh. Hold down the hatches, we got a posse coming in. Better down the edges. Oh, what were we doing there, Paz? We were doing some, we do some trucking. We did some trucking yesterday. Had some fun on the taco trucking. How's it going there, Pazzy? Appreciate you bringing the folks over. How did the trucking go? We had a good trucking session. How did I miss you being on? Usually I'm pretty good. I know we were running a little bit late, I guess, as far as, but usually I double check to see who was on there. I don't know how I missed you. I feel bad now. Yeah, hopefully the stream went well there, Pazzy. Alright, let's get that block off of there. Welcome in, everybody coming in from Pazzy's stream. We're trying to take care of everybody here. Right now we're doing some wrenching on some cars on a Wednesday. That's what we like to do here. And currently working on a mod C10 pick 'em up truck. It's a stepside. Pretty cool looking truck. Trucking went well, but I got it clean. You got a what? Tomorrow, so I had to cut it short. So you had something going on. So you had to cut it short. So I'm sure you probably still got at least a couple hours in there, right? I might be part of the reason why I might have missed you. If you only went on for a short time. We'll make sure that doesn't happen for next time. You got a clean out? Okay. Gotcha. I think I get what you mean. You might be trying to be a little bit non-descriptive, if you will. I think I get what you mean. Appreciate you bringing the folks over, and hopefully the clean out, I guess, as far as goes, good for you tomorrow. So we almost broke that one tail light earlier, I guess, at first. We're going to try not to break any parts today. Don't want anyone to lose it. Right. No, I get what you mean. Some of you out there might be a little bit confused, like, what are you talking about? Don't worry about it. Okay, so get all those parts cleaned up. So, yeah, there we go. Making sure. Did I turn that on? Yeah, I guess I did turn it on. Making sure. Sometimes I forget to do the post stream starts. There we go. We're good. Let's install. Wait a minute. No. Like this, like that, and there we go. What the heck, man? I'm such a scatterbrain today. Crank's good. We can get some new pistons and rings. We're gonna go back to this store. These are the Hemi ones. So they're the dome pistons. We need 8 new ones of these. What I find super duper interesting is the fact that these heads aren't used, or these pistons aren't used in like the 440. Yeah, as far as the Dodge 440s, they are used in the Hellcat. I do remember. That's the only Hemi that those are used in, besides this LS3. So we'll get 8 of those, and don't forget the piston rings. Got to put a ring on it. And they do need to be the Hemi ones, yes. These here. Almost got the wrong ones. After explaining that. Okay. So, Ozzy, if you're still hanging around, I guess, as far as did you... Where did we do some trucking in? Where did we end up? And we've been sticking around in Louisiana. And checking out Louisiana. So if you got to Louisiana, what's been your experience? Or wherever you would happen to be. I feel like we got a lot done there in Europe too, I guess, as far as for yesterday. Trying to establish ourselves over there. I never did look to see if we did make it to level 12. I did forget to do that. No, I want to put the crank bearings in first. Let's do this somewhat correct here. Yeah, so Ozzy had to really cut it short, I guess, as far as that's understandable. Just appreciate you bringing the folks over. We had multiple raids, I guess, as far as yesterday, which was super surprising to me. It's been a while since we've gotten that many raids in a row. So, makes me tend to think that we're doing something right. We're not completely, how do you say, boring. Maybe I give myself too much credit, I guess, as far as to be not so boring. I don't know. We do get some of the regulars, I guess, as far as the show here. I guess as far as so. Again, I like to think, I guess, as far as we're not doing anything terrible. Disallow folks from returning, or even stop in and, you know, get some new folks in here. Okay, so we need the clutch bearing, get all the back in. Cool, we can button up the bottom end. Okay, so that's good to go. Let's flip her right side up. And let's do some timing. Cam is not repairable on this one. Go ahead and get that replaced. I want to have the option so bad to just to be able to we got the lathe, I guess, as far as it does the brakes, the brake rotors, but to be able to bore out a block, or even to reload, I guess, as far as a cam, that'd be kind of cool. I think that would be so cool. Or even to make our own cam, you know, like to take a rod of material, I guess, as far as create our own cam, racing cam, I guess, as far as to lobe it a particular way. That'd be awesome. They don't even, there's no game that I've come to find that allows you to do that. Not even in, we have automation. That automation car tycoon game, as it's called, and that doesn't even allow you to do that. It's a pretty cool one, I guess, as far as it does let you go through the whole process of designing the engine. Like, you can put different, like, forged cranks as opposed to, you know, forged versus cast, things like that, I guess, as far as, so that's pretty neat. But it doesn't allow you to actually create the parts. So, like the machine, I guess, as far as the part that you want to design. I would like to see a simulator that would allow that. I think that'd be kind of neat. Both of the whole process of designing the actual parts. Boring out the engine, I guess, as far as 30 over. Things like that. Let's see. Steel rails. All our front end, back enders, our throttle. Yeah, non-supercharged on this one. We need a new bracket for that, yes. That's for our alternator. Alternator should be fixed up, so that's good to go. Cool. Let's get a new water pump pulley. New harmonic balancer. So, one of the other things we did get in the off stream is another bare frame car, and I can't remember which one it is. Gotta double check here. I just thought about that. So we did get, whoops, wrong one. In our project garage, we got a bare frame Volkswagen Golf. Yep. So we did do one visit. It's like I visited the junkyard one time, I guess, as far as in the off stream. That was available, so that's like, you know, I guess we got to grab it. That's the approach I've been taking, I guess, as far as just to see a bare frame and grab it. Potentially do a speed run on it. So let's get 16 of these push rods. mechanics dozen. We'll get some rocker arms too, I guess, as far as to accompany these push rods. Oops, I missed one. Play leapfrog on it. There was an engine I meant to look at too, I guess, as far as how oh, I know what it was. So I was thinking about that the MG TA Roadster that we worked on, the way the wheel was done. In fact, I want to pull that out really quick just to kind of swap that out here. Something I had a thought of is like, it's like all these things, like how do they do that? You know, so just trying to figure that out. So I want to, let's move this into the garage. Like that. And I'm going to pull up that TA MG Roadster. That should be, I forgot where I put it. And move some things around. I also did buy another garage because we were just running out of room. And I put that guy right. There's our McLaren. Right here. Race one. Let's move this to the garage. So what I wanted to figure out is how in the world did they design this wheel? So they got that looking exactly like this in-game wheel that you can buy in the rim shop. So again, it comes down to figuring out a way, I guess, as far as to get the in-game parts extracted out so you can design these types of parts. That is driving me crazy, I guess, as far as like that. So this rim is rim 20. So that's going to be, if you go to the rim shop, whoops, wrong deal. Go to the rim shop. That's going to be rim 20. So the fact that this is available in the rim shop right here. Now, obviously, this is scaled to a certain size to get that to comply with what we want on the MG. This rim obviously had to have gotten exported, right? Exported out to be able to make this rim so it would match. There is no way you'd be able to design that thing, I guess, as far just by looking at this one. That's a complete duplicate, I guess, as far as of this rim onto this part. I want to know how they did that. So yeah, that was something I was thinking of in the off stream, as far as like there's some way that's happening. So yeah, the fact that we even have rims like this, I guess, as far as available in the store, pretty neat. And the fact that we can upscale them as we need it, I guess, as far as to get it to comply, I guess, as far as with the design of the car. So that was something else I wanted to check, I guess, as far as while I was thinking about it. So that's a cool car, I guess, as far as we've been introduced to, I guess, as far as to work on. And we do have that request, I guess, as far as if you do see pretty cool car you'd like to see built on the stream, feel free to put the request in. See what we can do about it. I want to put this guy back where I had it. Oops. Oh, darn it. Roadster. Let's swap this over to here. Yeah, like I said, I did end up buying a new garage just so we have someplace to put all of our cars we built. Also, all the Beetles are in here. Put the stock Pontiac GTO in here for now. We do have the drag one. Let's put this back out here. Cool. Now we're back to where we were. Yeah, I just had to check that out there really quick, I guess, as far as this just a thought that I had in the option. It's like, I need to figure out how they did that. That is bugging the living crap out of me. There is a way to do it. Obviously, that's pretty obvious right there. So we need mechanics dozen of these. It just pains me, I guess, as far as to know that there's obviously a way, and nobody's sharing that that information. Yeah, someone's being stingy, I guess, as far as with And I know it's probably not that hard. I'm still a little bit unfamiliar with Unity. I know a little bit about how the Unity engine works. And there's probably some form of asset extractor. I know there's a bundler, like a compiler bundler type of thing, I guess, as far as it puts it. The same goes for how we create the CMS car, CMS car file, I guess, as far as for the game to recognize, for example. There is a bundler for Unity, I guess, as far as that you can use for that. So there's something similar that it's got to have to be able to extract. I just got to figure out what it is. I need some insight on it. Just some insight. I don't mind doing the legwork, I guess, as far as to design the parts based on that. It's just be helpful, I guess, as far as to have that that information to be able to design custom parts. That's the thing. Alright, so let's do... Okay, so we need a new belt. Idler, let's get some new idlers. Feel like I'm flapping whatever, and I don't feel like anybody's listening. I'm just talking to myself. We've not really had anybody come into stream, I guess, as far as that has divulged into designing their own car. You know, and I'm talking like fully model their own concept. I'd like to think I have enough show my abilities. I just feel like I'm a little bit lacking in certain areas. You know, I feel like I could have a lot more done with the Gen 2 that I do. I guess as far as if we had proper informations. Yeah. Now, I've gotten a lot of help from those at Red Dot. On their Discord server, I guess, as far as to understand how, you know, like the differences I was showing with texturing as opposed to using material in-game materials. There's obviously differences there. So I need to go to electronic shop and get some new coils. Get 8 new coils. So I've come to understand things like that, and just being able to work with it, I guess, as far as to get it to match as close as possible. Obviously not as easy to do, I guess, as far as it seems. As it would seem. I feel like I'm boring folks to death, I guess, as far as maybe I'll just hush up about it for now. Just work on the car. Okay, so we got that. We need sparkulators. Yes, I always forget these on these engines. These are very easy to forget, I guess, as far as once you get like the exhaust manifold in. So let's get... Oh shoot, that's the block. I don't want the block. What the heck you doing, bro? Get out of there. I need these guys. There we go. We're already in the electronic shop. Let's get our sparkulators. Yeah, these are probably... These engines here are probably my... I think I've mentioned it. Second favorite to work on. Next to the old school engines, the overhead valve engines. Those will always probably be my all-time favorite. Well, we've come to appreciate, I guess, as far as other types of engine builds. Like the Porsche and Hellcat and things like that. Alright, so I think we got everything in there. Got our front end, top end, and back end. We got all the ends. Alright, cool. We're going to leave that on there for now. As far as let's fix up the front end of this truck. I guess as far as we can give it a new home. Exactly. You see my point there. See my point there, Derek. Nobody wants to hear what I was saying, so I'm not going to repeat myself. That's exactly my point. I'm just rambling. I'm a rambling man. Let's do this. Do. Your dog hurt you? Why'd he hurt you? I'm sure you did something to the dog, I guess, as far as to for him to react the way he did. You look at him funny? Like, what happened over there? Alright, let's get this side.
You're late.
Who's late?
We had car trouble.
Well, I told you yesterday, as far as you got that car trouble, we'll,
I believe it was the radiator.
yeah. Definitely get you hooked up there. She was laid in your lap. Called her and launched off me, hitting you in the nuts. She just got excited is all. Yeah, dogs have no,
Lizard.
oh, the lizards are back.
Lizard.
There's the lizard.
Lizard.
All behold the lizard. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Lizard.
There it is. How we doing there, Dark? I guess as far as, well, welcome on in. Yeah, if you got that car trouble, we can try and help you out with that. You're in the right place. We're wrenching on cars today.
I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS,
No, no, thank you. We're in that time of season, I guess, as far as for that too. I've started to, yeah, get the ball rolling as far as with that process. All right, let's get these parts fixed up that we can. So just making sure. It's good to know that that is working. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, it was being a little bit. It was being a little bit finicky on my end, I guess, as far as with that. So it's good to know that that is working. Yeah, same to you there, Truck Games. Same to you. All right, we got that union over there. Let's get these fixed up. I didn't see any red parts. It was closed off. Good grief. You know, that's what inspired me to create my own blow it up. Cause I'd rather have the one without. Exactly. I've still been working on quite a few bit redeems and redemptions like that. I guess as far as for our, you know, more custom. So those like that, I guess, as far as with that Joker blow it up, that inspired me, I guess, as far as to do the blow it up that we have, custom one.
Are you open?
Nope. Nope.
I'll have a Krabby Patty Deluxe and a double chili kelp fries.
Yep, you're in the wrong place there for that. I think that's down the road. I think you get your Krabby Patties down the road. Alright, we got those all fixed up, so we get our other rotor. Get your rotor run, and let's get the other one on here. And let's do... So we need new brake pads. Let's go here. Let's get some new brake pads.
Lizard.
There's some more lizard. All behold the lizard. Wait for it.
Lizard.
There he is. Alright, so wheel bearings. We need 2 of those. We need 2 caps. We'll need some tie rod stuff. Yep, let's get all the tie rod stuff. Yippers. And I think for this setup, because we got the double wishbone, we do have the subframe, so we need 12 rubber bushings. There's that blow it up. That's our custom one, I guess, as far as that we created, I guess, as far as for our channel. Let's do, what'd I say? Rubber bushings, yes. Get me all confused here. Throwing me off. Doing good job at that. So we got this, and we can get our rotor off the machine. And so other than sway bar and things like that, we got to break down our shock assemblies. Do that. Slapping that bot up there a little bit. Oh, there is a raffle there. Yeah, get in on that raffle while it's hot. New month, new year. Okay, so while that's pulling apart, we need to go like this. Like this way, so we need springs. Where'd that shock at? Oh my. Whoa! Trying to get that snowball fight going. Wait, where's that? What the world? Wait, hold on a minute. Let's go this way. So we need that cap, and where is the shock absorber? There it is. Found it. Alright, cool. Let's get these off. Alrighty then. So, gotta get these new parts. We'll get 2 new springs. 2 new caps. And 2 new shock absorbers. Of the front persuasion. Alright, let's get these back together. Come together. Who's gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's gonna win that raffle? We got several contestants here, so yeah, other than the sway bar and end links, I guess as far as, yeah, we'll get those. Get this front end put back together. Subframe, bushings.
A few moments later.
Indeed. Think Batman's gonna get it? Y'all taking waiters, I guess, as far as on who's gonna get it? I know Racer Batman is in that top spot at the moment. Okay, so steering rack should be stuck. Good. So, yep, there's that sway bar. Let's get that sway bar. Ain't got that thing. If you ain't got... No, that's not going to work. Oh, it was a little bit toasty. Now we're making it not less toasty. How about that? We're going to make it less toasty. We want it to be less toasty. So I'm working on a really cool, what I feel it's pretty cool. I'm hoping it turns out pretty cool. A bit redeem, I guess, as far as that's going to be. Yeah, I don't even want to spoil it, but I am working on a bit redeem. I guess as far as it should be a pretty cool one. To add to our custom bit redeems. It's a work in progress, much like in many other things that we're trying to. We got a lot of projects going on in the off stream, that's for sure. It's just a matter of working at it a little bit more to get it done. Get her done. All right, so this is all refurbished. How did I know? You're always on there. No, you just got to join. I mean, you can't win if you don't join. We got a nice battle up there in the leaderboard. It's anybody's game, I guess, as far as that's the whole name of the game. So we got our lower suspension arm. Gotta be here. Gotta play to win.
It was at this moment that he knew he f***ed up.
Where? You tell me where. Where did I screw up? I don't feel like I screwed up. What you talking about there, Dart? Okay, so we got all that in there, so that's that side. Let's get the other side. Maybe. Come on now. Get me over there. There you go. Okay, so we remachined our rotors. New pads. Calipers. All that is refurbished. Wheel bearing. That's brand new. Pack full of need some grease. Cap her off. Alright, so we got tie rod stuff. Tying all of our steering.
It ain't got no gas in it.
Well, it doesn't right now. But we're working on it. Alright, so we need new end links. We're working on it. We're trying to get some gas in it. Probably be taking this to the strip once we get her done. See what she's made of. So, okay, we got the end link on this side and link on that side. So what do we miss over here? Tie rod stuff? Yeah. Just blow it up? Yeah, but I put so much work into it, though. Wait, what are we missing here? I got the tie rods. End link. That's in. What did I miss here? Oh, that's ready for tie. No, we're missing on this side. That's right. Gotta get the upper control arm in, that's why. I knew that. Such a scatterbrain that I am. There we go. Now we're ready for
Racer
tire.
Batman says box flap 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 box flap.
Super
box,
funny.
Flap, party time, party time, party time, party,
Party time,
dark
party
night,
time. Nice one. Good combo there, Racer Batman. So what do we get there? Looks like Racer Batman did get those fluids out of that. GG's. It's almost like you're psychic, I guess, as far as jacked up. So let's get these separated here on the front tires. We got Dark playing with the box of crayons. Yeah, if you're feeling left out, you want to be able to be, you want to be helpful, I guess, as far as the stream. You got the box of crayons there. You can be creative yourself. We like to be creative here. We'll get this pulled apart. We'll get these rims fixed up. And we'll put some new rubber on these refurbished rims. Trying to get that snowball fun going again. Let's go ahead and, yeah, I'll get on that snowball action. We got a little bit of virtual snow that, it's hard not to, 80% of those hunters. It's kind of crazy how that works, though. The bot tends to favor, I guess, as far as certain folks for some reason. But that's why we've got the slots. You can even do the gamble. I need to see where I'm at. See if I'm too high. So, yep, I'm right there. I'm good. So I'm gonna do slots anyway, just for the heck of it. We got those redeems on there. You can feel free to do that. You are earning yourself those units of fluid as stream is live, but obviously those big time raffles, I guess, as far as let's do a big raffle. Why not? We'll do a big raffle. Get in there quick though. Get in there quick, I guess, as far as to win it. All right, so we're gonna get some new rubber for these rims. Let's go to tires, and these are for the front. Whoops, I did it again. That on the list. 205, 55, 18. 205, 55, 18. Let's go to tire shop. 205, 55, 18. We need two. 15 inch. No, 18 inch, my bad. 205 width. Pretty skinny tire. 55 on the sidewall. Nice, okay. Go ahead and slap these on. Who's it gonna be on that raffle? The Jack Dog got the big one. There you go. Nice. Indeed. So, something else I needed to test on there, and I'm not saying you have to. There are some random ones that'll play, I guess, as far as if it's 5 bits. Not telling you what to do. There are random ones that you can play if it's 5 bits. That's the way it should work, anyway. Sure, I'll get on that snowball action. It's a little bit sloppy though, because if we got a lot of wet snow over here. Oh, we gotta get these balanced too. Gotta have the balance. Okay, there's that one. This one balanced. Alright, we have the ballots. Let's put these on the front, and that should do for the bottom end of our front. I guess this has got the look of a bead lock. That's not a bead lock though, I don't think. It's just got the look of it. Most bead locks you're gonna have it closer to the outside edge of the rim. Most of them anyway. So yeah, it's got a pretty cool style of that. Okay, so there's that. Now we got some preliminary stuff to do here in the engine bay. So like ECU, all that good stuff. See, what I would have done on this truck, if I would design it, I would have had at least the option for a grill that had the Chevy bow tie. I would have at least had that option, at least anyway. And even to put the fender badge separate. That's what I would have done. Yeah, pretty cool, I guess, as far as they got a lot better smoothing. I guess as far as on the fender wells on this one than we do on our Gen 2. These are some of the things I'm trying to apply to this one. To get some more smoothing, I guess, as far as this. You got to really be careful with that from what I've come to find. Because if you've got certain things that line up, like on the inner fender well, on the wheel side, you can get gaps, I guess, as far as on... that's what I think that's more the approach of why I want it more of this shape than to have it rounded off, because it tends to make it literally wonky looking, I guess, as far as from the wheel side. So yeah, just some things that trying to understand how they did this. It does have to do with smoothing. It's just getting the proper type of smoothing, I guess, as far as applied to it. Alright, let's do turbo. We should already have that fixed up. Battery should be charged. Let's go ahead and put that battery in there. Put that on there a little bit ago. So we need a new plug juice container. Go back to this store and grab one of those. Alright, so we got this dude. We got Gatorade container. Radiator sure to be fixed. And we did put the one, I guess, as far as so this one previously had the radiator fan just kind of hanging out on the front there. It looked kind of goofy looking. So we did correct that on this config. Felt that was necessary, so we'll get the engine in there. So pump should have been repaired, nice, as well as the module. I do feel like this does need an air filter box. Does not have one of those on here. So we need a new ECU. This one's kind of rough. It's a little bit rough. Let's go to the electronic shop and get a new one of those. And we're just gonna put. We're not gonna put performance parts on this one, at least for now. At least not for now. So our fuse panel, we got that fixed up. We get some new fuses and relays. Pretty simple box. Oh goodness. You can see the hologram for them. Alright, let's go here, grab those. So we got 4 of these big boys. That's the big boys. 2 of these. 2 of these. And 1 of those. That's the little guy. I feel like this this truck here, to be the fact that it's got the LS3 into it, or the likes of it, should have a more modern fuse box. But I think they just put the fuse panel the same as the stock, which is this one here. I think that should have an upgraded fuse panel for that engine. It's got a lot more sensors and stuff like that, I guess, as far as on that one. So between having an air box and a different fuse panel to it. I guess as far as that should be something we should adjust on this guy. We have that ability going in the edit. I already did this one in the off stream, I guess, as far as to change that radiator fan. So looks like we got most of the preliminaries done here in the engine bay. Let's get that engine in there. We already got that all nice and fixed up over here. Slap that new refurbished puppy in there. %, green build, just to make sure. But yes, put it in. Get that out of the way so we're not tripping on it. And let's button up our bottom end. Still got the rear end there to work on as far as suspension. We'll get that done next. The gearbox should be all refurbished. Cool. Downpipes, let's get some new ones. Go back to this store, get those items. 2 new ones of these. We're gonna leave that drive shaft off because we still got to work on that rear end. Ooh, 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 ooh. What are you doing? Gotta get the rest of this exhaust out. Kinda like the way they would design this one here. Okay, what's going on with this crap? Bro. Why is that not? So we gotta take it off from the... What? Engine bay? That's kind of silly. Anyway, let's bring her down. Not sure why that's the case. So it must be the types of pipes that we're using. Gotta take it out from this side. Interesting, okay, whatever. We'll get some new ones of those. So that's at least. So previously, we did not have this. We had to get the DLC for this so we could have these available. For these types of exhausts. So I think it goes back to when we tried to do the C8, I guess, as far as the turbo. You use this one here. Now, we were allowed, I guess, as far as to put it in through the editor. But when we tried to, when it was missing, I guess, as far as when we found it in the game, I guess, as far as to be able to work on it, because we didn't have the DLC, we couldn't buy it. So the fact that it's a little bit of a flaw, I guess, as far as it. So even if you don't have the DLC, it'll allow you to apply that part, I guess, as far as in the editor. But if you don't have the DLC, you can't really buy it in the store if you need to, if it's missing off the car. So that was kind of an interesting experience there with that. Well, we have it now, so we're good. But I think this is probably the best with what's available in DLC or in-game parts. You have that there. We don't really have a side pipe per se. That's in the game, I guess, as far as to use. There is a bonus part for side pipes, but they're. I wish there was the option, I guess, as far as to only scale in one direction, as opposed to just being uniform scale. I'd like to see that type of option, I guess, as far as in the next rendition. They have it just scale in one direction. So, like, say if you want to do it on the length of something as opposed to just the overall size, more uniform. Have both options. I think that would open up the door, I guess, as far as for all kinds of new configurations. Really cool ones. Again, it's just wishful thinking. Get that knuckle off of there. So this one's not quite as busy. This one's just got this cross member. So this is the less busy rear ends that we have available, I guess, as far as for modern suspensions. Doesn't have all the, of course, it might be all missing too. Got the brackets and all there for that, so we'll see once we get this out of here. This might be that one that we need the 8 small and 8 regular rubber bushings. That could very well be. And I think that just has the cross member for that. And that's it. We'll see what we got once we get it all taken apart, fix it up, put it back together. Alrighty then. Looks like that's all repairable. Beautiful. Alright, let's get that over there, get it repaired. So we got a couple of rotors to machine. Well, those rear brakes seem to be in better shape than the front ones were. Something I noticed. So I wonder if they had the proportioning valve, I guess, as far as to favor the front end as opposed to the rear end. Very possible. Less holding power that you got in the back end allows for more wheel spins for like doing burnouts and things like that. Yeah, you would set your brake bias on the proportioning valve, I guess, as far as to favor the front end instead of the rear, since it is a rear wheel drive. Especially that's why we don't have as much wear on the brakes on the rear on this one. Cool. Alright, let's get that. Now, we did witness we only needed probably the 4 rubber bushings. Let's get some new brake pads though. Brake pads. I'm gonna get at least the 4 rubber bushings that we had in the rear cross member. Okay. And then I think that's about it. Let's see what we got here. Yep. So I think that's going to be it. This is the very simple, less busy rear end. So it is a powered rear end for sure. But it doesn't have all the crazy control arms and such. Yeah. We do got the sway bar. We need to get a new one of those. Those are not repairable. Okay, yep, I think this is the more simpler modern rear end. Not as busy. Cool choice, I guess, as far as for this truck. Just so at least to be able to get the disc brakes on the back, so we got 4-wheel disc brakes on it. Cool choice, I like it. Now, something we haven't done in quite a while is to put like the performance brakes on there, as far as like the slotted and drilled, I guess, as far as rotors and such. Not only does it give a pretty cool look, but I think it gives it better performance like on the road course. We haven't really done a lot of road course racing. I'm not good at it anyway. To be able to see the performance level, I guess, as far as of a lot of the performance brakes. I think that's kind of neat. We do have disc brakes on the rear of this truck. So let's go ahead and take these tires apart. We'll get these rims fixed up. Just cleaning up pretty nicely. Well, if I remember right, these rims that we've got here are on the Lambo. Yeah, that Lamborghini. I think that's what those rims are from. I mean, that's one of the primary cars, I guess, as far as it comes from, anyway. Alrighty then, so those are fixed up. Let's get 2 new tires for those. Those are probably going to be a little bit wider than the front. Those are 85 wide, 45 on the sidewall, 18-inch still. Get that on the list. Let's go to the tire shop. Let's go to the tire shop. So we want to go here. And 2 85, 45, 18. So we need 18-inch. 2 of them. 285 wide. 45 on the sidewall. A little bit lesser, lower profile on the sidewall for the rear. Same diameter as the front though. Interesting. Interesting choice. Alright, so let's go ahead and put these on our refurbished rims. Must have the balance. Right, we can put those on the rear end. That should complete our rear end. Still gotta do the fuel tank and pump. We'll get that done next. Alright, we are 98% on parts, yeah. So I think that last bit is gonna be the fuel tank and pump. So the fuel tank we'll have to replace. Those are not repairable. Go back to this store, get ourselves a tank. You're welcome. Now let's fix up that pump. That should be 100% in parts now. Still 98. Okay, so what did we miss? Take a look and see what we missed. So I don't gotta put the drive shaft back in yet. Might be part of it. Yep, gotta put the drive shafts in. I missed the rubber bushing. The heck? Where did I miss that? We marked that. So other than the drive shaft, so oh, I missed it on this thing. Whoops. Okay, we'll get that in there. Okay, on top of the drive shaft, let's get that in there. There we go. So we can unmark that dude now. Is it still marked? Radiator. There it is. Unmarked that one now. But yeah, just gotta get the starter in there. Let's do that. And we should be good to go. Get the fluids into her. And let's make sure she runs. Look how nice and straight this drive shaft runs too. That's the straightest one that I've seen, I guess, as far as for a drive shaft. Most of the cars, they have a little bit of a pitch to it. Just a little. This one's pretty straight. And it sits in the engine bay pretty well, too. This is very well designed. So let's get some fresh fluids into her. Get all the juices and fluids. A little bit of motor honey. Yeah, so I think I want to apply some changes to this one here a little bit. We'll get a air filter on this, air filter box, and probably upgrade the fuse panel for this engine. Because the fact that it's got the ECU with this type of engine needs a better fuse panel. It's a little bit old school. So we already did the radiator on it, I guess, first, so we can adjust that. I think that's what we'll do. Pretty cool concept here already. It just needs a little tweaks on it, I think. Simple tweaks. Okay, let's put some Gatorade juice in this guy. Brake juice in there, and I don't think this has power steering either. That's another thing. Might be something else we'll have to add. So it does have the pump on the engine, as we already come to see. It does have the power steering pump, so it needs a reservoir. So we'll probably put a reservoir onto it, upgrade the fuse panel, and put an air box into it, air filter. I think that's what we'll do. So we need some brake juice in here. Most of those changes, I guess, as far as that we do in the editor for that, should not affect, I guess, as far as the, if we were to dyno it at this point. I think I'm going to wait to dyno it anyway. So we can get, what's the base power on this? 505 horse on this one here with no tuning. Pretty decent. So we got all the fluids into her. Let's make sure she runs. If you got it to that point. Yeah, don't worry about the top gauge it gets as far as going backwards. That's fine. Just the fact that it works, I think it's pretty cool. Okay, so she's a runner. She is a runner. Let's do some alignment. I guess let's first take it over to test path. Get the headlights and all that aligned. Oh yeah, she's a little bit out of whack. Let's get her less out of whack. Especially in the rear end. Holy smokes. That's good. Do our headlights. A little too high up in here. Oop. And yep, that one too. A little too far over and up in here. Don't want to be blinding people going down the road. There we go. Cool, so that's all good to go. So yeah, let's get this back over to the lift. We're gonna save this up. And let's jump into the editor, I guess, as far as and see if we can tweak on this one a little bit. Yep, do that, save it. Wait a minute, did I do that right? Save it. There, I didn't see the icon down there. I'll go to the main menu. Yes, please. Alright, now we got it saved. I already did a new config save, I guess, as far as for this. So, we still have the original that comes off the Steam Workshop for that deal. Just in case we do need to revert at any point. So, just a fair mention. We've already done that previously. And we need a little bit of editor music here. So yeah, I was taking a look at the GTO. Yeah, I was taking a look at this one, how it's done. And this is how I was able to compare both the TBX, the Chieftain TBX, and this one. The bodies are practically identical. It's the same deal. The only thing they did do, I guess, as far as upgrade, I guess, as far as things like the grill, they had the GTO badging. Now this one's more static on the vendor badge, which is fine, because that's really all you had for vendor badges on the GTO. It was just that. It's not like you really need to have the option, you know, to take that off. So the rear end's obviously updated, I guess, as far as to get more accurate rear end. But what we came in here for is to play around with that step side. So that's this dude. And we want the street version. That's what we currently have in our garage. And what we want to do, let's explode that. Like so. And we already did the change for the radiator, as I already mentioned. So what we want to do is upgrade this fuse box for number one. So we bring up the parts, find it in here. There's that fuse box, so we want to make sure that's the one. We want to change it to probably this guy. No, which one is that we want? Fuse box. Wait, there should be more than, there we go. That's the one we want right there. We want that guy. Now, we can keep it in that spot, or we can put it in a different position, but I think, for our purposes, we can probably leave it like that. So that's upgraded. Now, you want to put, power steering reservoir and a fuel filter in there, or a air box. So I'm thinking we put the air box over on this side. So it's not so cluttered over on this side. We want to put the power steering reservoir over here. We're going to add those parts. So we don't have them in here, I guess, as far as in the list currently. We want to add those. What we do is we go like that. Boop. And what that should do is add that, I think, to the top. We put that as a dummy. Yep, this guy here in here is a dummy. And we want to choose, let's do the power steering pump. I deal there first. That's going to be this fellow. Nice, and then we'll make sure we got that selected. Put that into place. Now, the fact that we are adding it this way post fact, of fixing up that engine, you know, fixing up the truck, I guess as far as we're ready, it should already add this, no problem, once we load the save game back up with the fluid into it. So it's kind of the same idea where we get a free motor, I guess as far as when we change motors in the editor, you end up getting a freebie. So we're gonna put this guy in the same proximity as power steering pump. That's on this side. Now we can make this a little bit easier on ourselves by going this. I guess that doesn't help too much. Okay, so where's our power steering pump? I like to try and line up so it's got the inlet and outlet for that. I guess as far as right there, I like to point it towards the where it's got the inlet and outlet for the pump. I like to put it in the same. So even though we don't have the hoses, just to kind of give it that same same look there. So pointing in that same direction. So even if we were to put it on the other side, I'd turn it so that that is facing, I guess, as far as the direction of the power steering pump. That's what I like to do anyway. That's what way it would be done in the actual car. So see here. Kind of thinking I want to put this like that. Tucking in here between the radiator and the front of the engine. That kind of works. Okay, so we got our power steering reservoir. Are we clipping into that? Oh, we kind of are. Hold on. So what I get in the habit of doing is clicking on the little spyglass here. That way I select that. Sometimes when you just click into the viewport here, you don't always get the part that you're looking for, but you can always tell what you got selected at the very top. Nothing else. I don't want that to be something like that. Put a power steering reservoir onto that. You got to have fluid, I guess, as far as for that pump. You know, sense of having the pump if you don't have a reservoir. Okay, so there we go there. Now we want to add air filter box. Already got that changed. So let's do another new part. Boop. Should add a dummy. What are you calling a dummy? And we want to put what type of filter box? So that's going to be air filter. That's going to be up here. Air intake. So we got this style. This is the one that needs the clips. I think I might put the one in here that has the screws. I like that one better. Well, I might do. Well, that's the actual air filter itself. I see. Air intake turbo. I gotta remember which one that is. I think it's this one right here. No, that's not the one I was thinking of there. This guy, that one's got the clips on it, so you can use this one. It has the clips. Wait, whoa, where's that guy at? Oh, he's right here. No, we definitely don't want that one. Definitely don't want that one. You think it's the i4? So what I was looking for is not the one that has all this business on the front there. Yeah, so I think this might be the only one that has the screws on it. It's just that one right there. I was thinking there was one that didn't have all this on the front. That's what I was looking for. So if it is only the i4, just gonna humor myself. We got this dude. This one has screws. That one's a little bit... No, I want it smaller than that. So that one does have screws on it, but it's not quite as small. So we got the Hemi. That one's got clips on it. That one's got the SRT badging on it. I think we want to put that on there. So on this turbo. Yep, so it looks like it's just going to be that i4. So we'll see if we can make that work. This one here. So this is the only one that has the screws on it that's small enough. All the more reason I'd love to be able to design more of these parts here that we can put in as a car part, but still have it interactable to put a filter into it. Kind of nice. Alright, so let's do spyglass. Get this moved over here. I kind of really didn't want this thing on the front. That's the only thing. I just wanted this to box. We'll see if we can tuck it in over here. Turn it down. I mean, if anything, we could probably bury some of that, I guess, as far as into the core support. Could do that. So as long as it doesn't clip through this side, could do that. Let's give it the air box, I guess, as far as itself, yeah. I think maybe we'll try that. Now, I don't want to clip it in the fender. We'll probably move it over. So just clipping through the core support there just a little. Let's bring it down. Something like that. So as long as she's not clipping into the fender well. Yeah, I think that'll work. Now, this goes like what I've been saying as far as it would be cool if I could get these parts out of the game and put it into Blender and be able to create a hose to go from the throttle body into that air intake. We've seen plenty of cars that have done that. I don't know how they're doing that as far as to get that to... There's no way really that I've been able to find to know like what the coordinate... So it's not like you can select that throttle. You know, you can get the center orientation of the whole thing, you know, the thing as a whole, but not necessarily for where that opening is. And either the throttle or that. So how they're getting that to line up so perfect, in a lot of cases, I don't quite understand that. So yeah, I think we would just bury that front part of that, I guess, as far as into the core support. Something like that. And we don't have an air filter for it. Nice, so we got that in there. We upgraded that. We put the power steering onto it. Reservoir. But I think that was about it. Really about all we needed to do on that. Cool, so what we can do, this is kind of our own save of this config that I've kind of backed up, I guess, as far as the original. Now we can save that. Get out of this. Then we can check our how it applies, I guess, as far as in the game. I feel like this battery is kind of I feel like this should be moved over and the battery should be in this corner. That's what I feel. I also notice there's a gap right here, I guess, as far as in that. I've had a lot of problems with that too with design of ours. I think he's got a gap. Yeah, he's got a funky lip right here, I guess, as far as on the top of that fender and the inside of the engine bay. I've had similar issues with our own design. Part of me wants to move this over and put the battery in this corner. Part of me does, at least, anyway. I don't know. Maybe we'll leave it like that. It's fairly clean. I don't dislike it. Alright, so let's go ahead and pull that back up, and we'll save it again, just to make sure. And we'll go back into the game and check it out. Simple as that. So the key thing is, as far as like I was mentioning, as far as to back that config up. That way you have something to fall back on if you screw it up. Because it does happen. But yeah, if you're seeing a car that needs a little bit of TLC, good chance are you can go right into the editor and fix it. Not everything you can. If it's body related, a lot of times like that you're not going to be able to do anything with that without completely redesigning the car start to finish. So let's go here, let's load up our game and let's see how we did. Let's see how she turned out. Yeah, so that's probably another thing. If I didn't make that clear, like as long as you're not changing the engine out completely, because we did all that work, I guess as far as onto that, you shouldn't have to worry about these parts not loading in after you go into the editor and do that. So we got our air box, we got our upgraded fuse panel, and we got our power steering, and that should already have the fluid into it. It's already going to be 100%. So you can always expect the parts that you... Okay, this one's actually showing 100%, so we'll go ahead and pull it out and just confirm that it is 100%, just to get it on the list properly. Not a big deal. Sometimes it will just show it 100%. In this case, it didn't do that. So that's probably something to keep in mind. If you already have the vehicle, it'll put the part in here, but it'll show it not 100%. Now, if you make the changes in the editor and you look for the whole truck, it's just going to put whatever condition that it's going to be when you find it, you know, as far as in the junkyard or what have you. So that's the big difference there. So all we got to do with this one here, in this case, is drain this out, pull it out, confirm that it is 100%, and then go there. Or you can do the tests. I think this is one of those parts, though, that it's not going to put it on the test. So we're going to do it this way. Okay, why is it not letting me drain? Additional tools, drain. Okay, why is it not letting me drain that? Okay, let me see if I can just unmount it. Weird, so it didn't even... Okay. It was showing it had fluid in there. That was weird. So, this one, I like this box better because it has the screws instead of the clips. One reason why I wanted to use that. So yeah, it is all 100%, as you can see. Now we can put it back in. So either do it this way or it'll run the test. Certain parts like this, I don't think it's going to show. Maybe it does, I forget. Yeah, but certain parts will show up on the test and some won't. Yeah, I like that one a lot better. As far as just using the screws instead of the clips. Alright, so let's put this reservoir back in. And did that show it was 100%? Let me double check that. So now it shows 100%. And that should reflect here as well. Good deal. Alright, so this one now we'll have to probably put some fluid into her. Yeah, let's put some fluid into it. But I think it was initially showing some fluid in there, but just pulling it out there, I didn't even have to drain it. But we're going to make it more legit this way. Cool. And then our fuses, just to double check on this. See, it's showing the fuse panel, the base, as far as it's not 100%. So we're going to Now, I know the fuse base is not going to show in the electrical test, but the fuses will. So I'm just going to pull these all out, and they're going to show 100%. So just to get it official on the list, we're just going to pull these out and basically put it back in. Put it right back in. So that's your worst thing you would have to do, is just adding new parts, I guess, as far as newer upgraded parts, I guess, as far as from the editor. Pretty simple. Yeah, inspecting we'll definitely sort it out too. Now, like I said, with this doing the electrical test, it won't sort out, I guess, as far as the base. You'll still have to pull the base out, I guess, as far as to get the 100%. But the fuses and relays definitely for sure. So it's just certain parts you have to still pull it out, I guess, as far as to get it confirmed 100%. Once you change those parts in the editor. So yeah, if you're coming across that, that's all you gotta do. Alright, let's put that cover back on. Did I get all those, hold on a second. And I think I missed... No, I guess I didn't. Alright, cool. So just making sure everything is 100%. Like, everything is 100%. Alright, cool deal. That cover back on. That's also 100%. Cool. So all those new parts we just added, we confirmed to be 100%. And again, it'll annotate it in here. And we can go through the list here just to make sure everything is 100%. Cool. And if you do want to run the compression test and those tests, I guess, as far as to fully confirm it, you can do that too. So, pretty simple. I like it when it's simplicity, I guess, as far as that. So now we got a little bit more updated, I guess, as far as deal here. We got a air box now with a power steering reservoir for the pump, and also an upgraded fuse panel. Awesome sauce. Now, should not have changed anything here. We didn't adjust anything of that. It's just all the visuals, I guess, as far as in the engine bay. But we are going to get this over to the dyno, I guess, as far as see if we get all that base horsepower. Let's get that over there. Let's get that over there. It's a little noisy in here, so if you got the volumes turned up. Oh, we got a farmer guy going off to work. Appreciate that alert there, farmer guy. Busy, busy, busy fellow right there. Alright, so we did get all that base horsepower. We are, let's see, 252. All that base horsepower. You know what we gotta do now? We gotta take this over to the drag strip and take her first spin. Let's take her first spin. I always forget you gotta tag the steering wheel, not the seat, to get as far as to get into it. So there are some things like the there's no pedals, but the dash, I guess, as far as is pretty spot on. Pretty doggone spot on, I guess, as far as for C10. I just wish there was a way, I guess, as far as we could adjust the rotation, so the physical rotation of the dials, as far as the needles on the gauges. So instead of going counterclockwise, we want it to go the other way. That you would have to adjust, I guess, as far as in the modeling process. That's the only downside to that. So let's go ahead to drag strip. Let's get this little ripski over here at the drag strip. Beautiful. Alright, so quarter mile. We get to go against the Baccaruda. That's our 426 shaker. Nice matchup. Solid matchup. Alright, let's go ahead and see what we can do here. And we had all these issues with the controller, I guess, as far as on our Monday, I guess, as far as... Glad we got that sorted out. Glad we got that sorted out. Alright, let's see if we can beat this Baccaruda. Uh-oh. Why am I not getting any controller response? Oh, there it goes. Had to wake it up. Alright, we're good. Try that again. Might have slept there a little bit. See what my reaction was. Oh yeah, we did. My bad. I'm gonna try that one again. We got a pretty good 13-second truck. I think we can get that down to like 13.2, 13.3. A better reaction. Whoa! I didn't mean to dag nabbit. All right, that's fine. This is another good matchup. So it's for 69 Camaro. Ooh! All right, let's try that one out. I didn't mean to not go against the back rotary again, but just needed a better reaction time. That was better. Felt better. Beautiful. Much better. That's as I figured about a 13.2, 13.3. Yep. This is with no performance parts on it. That's pretty solid. Right now, ooh, Aston Martin DBX. So we got old school versus new school. Twin turbo. Got a little bit of tuning on it. It's probably got that performance gearbox in it, maybe. Like that cowl induction hood on this thing here too. Hear that turbo on that DBX. Like the DBX has got us. That one is super duper fast. We've come to find that. That's why we have one of those of our own. We're just getting a good baseline, I guess, as far as from what we might want to do to this one here to spruce it up. What about the U-Carb Supercharged El Camino? So this one's not supercharged. Not supercharged. Well, we could probably put the supercharged engine into it. I think it does have the swap for it. We have that option. Oh, she's got us. That's supercharged engine. That 2-carb supercharged engine, it's got, it's a beast. Oh yeah. This one we should be able to beat. Should be. Yeah, we'll give it a shot here. So far, 2-carb there. Yeah, I'm almost thinking we might want to put the supercharged LS on this thing. Got the room with the cowl induction hood. Oh, look at the Porsches even got us. That's crazy. We did sleep there a little bit, but yeah. So we've been able to get like a 13.2. Yeah, we can't beat that one. That one did have a little bit of tuning. Had a slight bit of tuning. Interesting. So we got our twin. He's got slicks on it though. We got race tires, they got slicks. I got a little bit better grip there. So by the numbers here, having the slicks on there, this one probably has the potential here to beat us. See what it can do. Got a really good gear range on the transmission. And nope, we did beat it. Crazy. I would have totally expected to beat that. Or this one here to beat us had the slicks on it. Tires do make a difference. Not the case there though. These we've come to find are pretty slow. So a decent amount of tuning. I forget how it was put, I guess as far as it's 0 to 60 by next Wednesday. Something like that. Actually, that's not bad at all. We only beat it by like about 5/10. It's got a little bit lower rating, still in the Class C. What about our Dodge Charger RT with a 440 Magnum? Check that one out. See if we can beat the 440 power. So far, I think we're doing pretty good. I think I'm leaning towards the idea of putting a supercharged LS into this. I'm thinking that drag version of this truck probably has that in it. Cool, we can beat the 440 power. What about the Oldsmobile 442? This is an in-game car. 442. So between this and the call it Supreme. Cool, really good reaction too. I'm kind of happy with this truck. So let's go back. This is the non-shaker. So our first one we went up against was the shaker. This is the non-shaker. Got a little bit of tuning on that one there too. I kind of redeem ourselves against this back road of getting that poor reaction time. Oh, he's got us. That back rotor got us. Pretty decent reaction time. 13.2, 12.8. Nice, so it did have a little bit of tuning on that one. So I'll give him that. Okay. Ooh, and we got that Roadster. We did take a look at this one here a little bit earlier. So this is the race car. Got the 446 back into her. So we beat the 440 Magnum. Let's see if we can beat the 6-pack. Oh. MG Roadster. Uh-oh. Looks like he got us. That MG power got us. 13.3, yep, 12.9. So that's we've been able to get a 13.2. So did I have any tuning? No tuning into that either. So the 446 pack can definitely beat us with that combo of that MG Roadster. Cool. What about the 289 mid-mount GT40? Love the idle on this one. The idle on this one's killer. Ooh, GT40 even got us. That was a good race. So we can get a 13.2. We've been able to do that. I kind of slept there a little bit. I'm going to try that one again, I guess, as far as get a better reaction. And I think we might have something for this GT40. Let's try it again here real quick. 13.2 we have been able to accomplish. Felt like a better reaction. Still got us. Okay, so even with the better reaction, we did get our 13.2, but they got even better. That's crazy. So did this have any tuning? It did have a little bit of tuning, so I'll give it that. Nice. Pretty good matchups here. So big freaking motor. A little bit of tuning, got some slicks. This actually wouldn't surprise me if it did beat us. That engine with a little bit of tuning, I guess as far as definitely has proven itself. Hear that turbo on it. Sweet. All right, we're able to beat that dude. I'm thinking we're gonna head back to the house here. I think I want to take a look at and entertain the idea of putting a supercharged LS on this one. So we get 505 out of this engine. Kind of curious of what we would get to put a supercharged one on it. Just kind of curious. So we might have to build that one because we don't have one already built. We might have to build it. Well, it's not like we can just take that engine and put the supercharger on it. That'd be kind of cool if we could, but that's not how that works. Let's get it back over to the left. So yeah, we would have to build that engine. So this one, does it allow for that swap? It does. So it does allow for the supercharged version of that one too. I think that's what we'll build. This is not bad at all, I guess, as far as, but I think it can do better, I guess, as far as by having that supercharged one in there. Now we could probably put performance parts on that guy. You could do that for sure. So let me do create. I'm just kind of curious of what base power, horsepower you get off the supercharged in comparison to the non-supercharged. So, where is that at? BGM, there it is right there. That's the mid mount. We want this guy. Create. Alright, cool. Now just to confirm, I'm pretty sure I do not have that in the warehouse. We got a nice mixer. We got a V10. Got a couple of V6s, 1 carb, 2 carb. Got a Boss 4x4. Got one in there. Got 2 of those. FMEs. Okay. So yeah, we don't have supercharged LS. We're gonna build it. We're gonna build it. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a block. I don't think I have a block. Oh, I do. I even have a block in the warehouse. Sweet. Let's get that block out of the warehouse. Don't even have to buy the block. So that should be here. Where do I got that block at? Coyote. There it is right there. Sweet. Alright, we're going to use that block. Put that block to some use. Ain't doing any good just sitting in the warehouse, that's for sure. Alright, so yeah, we'll check the warehouse to see if we got any of these parts available. So we do got a crank. Got 2 cranks actually. Got 2 cranks available. Grab one of those cranks. Let's do it this way. We'll do crank. That one right there. There's one of the 2 cranks. Hell yeah. So why buy them if we don't have to? Alright, so pistons, I probably don't have any of those. I have to buy some new pistons. We did get the crank. We get 8 new pistons. Don't forget the rings. And we gotta get the Hemi rings. We need the Hemi rings. Put the ring on it. It's the only way it's gonna work. I'm curious to see how many more parts for this engine we have developed. We might even have a supercharger intake, maybe even a supercharger itself. So heads, how are we doing on heads? We don't have the heads. Okay, we'll get some heads. 2 heads together to make 1. Something like that. 2 heads are better than 1. In this case, it is. Two heads are better than one. Because it allows us to complete the engine. Okay, so do I have this intake manifold? No. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get that. Check and see if we got a supercharger. Okay, do we have the supercharger? No. Alright, so we go ahead and buy that. We got the room. Whoa! Level 121. Alright, let's go. Just from working on cars. We need 2 of these. It's amazing what happens, I guess, as far as just work on the cars. Build some engines. Get some XP. Okay, so well, I still got that one available, I guess, as far as from the other build. So that's actually interchangeable, I guess, as far as with the other non-supercharged LS. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna get a new one here for this one. There we go. Get this bracket. Nope, we don't want to use that one. So a lot of these parts like this is interchangeable. I think it would be cool, like I've already said, if we could just slap the supercharger onto that other LS. That'd be kind of neat. It's basically the same engine, just it has a supercharger on it with a different intake. Yeah, see, all these other parts are still interchangeable. These, of course, we gotta replace because we want it 100%. That darn thing on there. Okay, so we're gonna do bottom end. Much the same here. So yeah, we don't have any of these parts. We need 3 of those. Crank bearings. At 3, don't get carried away. Get our crank all set in place. And some rod caps. 8 new rod caps. So we'll still have that LS engine that's non-supercharged keep. We'll be able to put that in the warehouse, and we'll use that for a different build. That's one advantage. So let's get a flywheel for the back end. Button up our back end. Clutch plate. Yep, we need a new one of those. We'll need pressure plate, all that good stuff. And again, we're just going stock parts on this one, I guess, as far as just due to... I'm kind of curious to see, like I said, as far as we get 505 off the non-supercharged, just to see what we get with the supercharged one. I expect to have more. That's what I expect. Definitely not the same. That'd be kind of boring if it was the same. So that's... Now, we could probably cheat it and go into the editor and put that engine in there and actually see what it gets. You can definitely cheat that way, but what fun is that? Alright, let's do some new timing cover. Okay, so new one of those. Get our front end done, all of our timing. Harmonic balancer, water pump. Power steering pump. Yep. So that's an inline 4 power steering pump. Kind of interesting. So we did use an inline for the air intake. So we kind of like that design. So it's kind of cool to think, I guess, as far as you can actually intermix. So even though it's initially designed for a particular type of engine, doesn't mean that's the only one you can use it on. Makes it very versatile in that fashion. Okay, so alternator. Need a new one. That one will have to go to... Yep. My bad. So we gotta go to the electronic shop for that. I knew that. My brain was saying, I guess, as far as you gotta go to the electronic shop, but I still went into the wrong store. Hate when that happens. Alright, so we can put this belt on. Back to this store. Okay, now we need that idler to tame that belt so it's not flopping around. This is one of those types of engine that doesn't have a tensioner on it at all. It just uses idlers. Kind of interesting. So we need a throttle. Top off on the blower. Cool. Fuel filter. Okay, so we need push rods. Get a mechanic's dozen of those. Whoa, Nelly. Ghoulishman, what's going on there today? So we need some new rockers. Yep. We get a mechanic's dozen of those. So 16. Boom. Clean up our valve train. Cool. So, yep, cover that side up. So this is our non-oil fill side. Got an oil fill side and a non-oil fill side. Cool. Yeah, that looks looking good with that supercharger on it. Push rods. Get this valve train built. Yeah, so what's new there today there, Ghoulishman? Ghoulishman. I'm probably saying that name wrong, so if you haven't corrected me on, I guess, as far as definitely keep me honest. Don't be too hard on me. Chat might get offended, I guess, as far as if you get too hard on me. Chat's been super quiet, I guess, as far as lately. I think it's got tired of me flapping my gums. So this one's the oil fill side for... Yep, that'll be our oil fill side. Yep. This is what I like about engines like this. They have both the dipstick and the oil fill on the same side. Takes the confusion out of it. So let's get some new sparklators. So I need that and ignition coils. Alright, cool. Get 8 new sparklators. No, you won't. You say that, but do. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, so we're still in the electronics store, so we'll be able to get ourselves some ignition coils. There we go. Let's get that on the list. I took the approach of leaving the exhaust headers off there. I feel like in reality too that'd be easier to do it that way, as opposed to having the. Not like you can't get them in there, it's just a little bit more rough to get at. I don't want to have these exhaust manifolds off. Get those spark plugs in there. Now I know obviously if you just want to change the plugs out while it's exhaust manifolds are on there, I wouldn't take the exhaust manifolds to do that, but since we're in the build process here, I guess as far as I would do it this way. This is my approach. Oops. Okay, so we need that exhaust manifold. Go back to this store. So we did have a few choice parts, I guess, as far as in the warehouse. That was cool. Majority of the parts we did have to buy. Okay, so I think that is the whole build. Oh, we gotta get this other side. So I was just talking about exhaust manifolds, and what was one of the first things I missed? Exhaust manifolds. Still gotta put them on, even though I didn't want them on to put the spark plugs in. There we go. Now we need an oil filter, and I think that should button this build up. Wait, you have it. So what we'll do, leave that on here for a second. We're gonna pull this one out. So we did get this one dynoed at 505 horsepower. That's the non-supercharged LS. So what we're gonna do is pull this one out and see what we get out of that supercharged one. I would definitely expect to get as far as to get more than 505 at the base. I would expect nothing less. Okay, we need to get this dismantled and get the engine out of there. Drive shaft, yep. Okay, and then we need starter, gearbox. There we go. We should be able to pull that out of there. Drain over. Yank her out. Okay, now we'll get this one off the stand and throw our supercharged one in there. We want supercharged. Now, just out of curiosity, this should tell us 737. I think that's the base power for this one. Pretty much for whatever we put in, because we've seen the same type of numbers, I think, for like the 2012 Camaro. That's a good jump in horsepower for that. Now I wonder if the drag one has this one in it, I guess as far as by default. I'd like to find one just to see if that's the case. That might be something else we'll venture to. Might do that. So we can even go to the salon just to kind of cruise that. But yeah, big boost in power just as far as putting that supercharged one in there. That's just stock. No performance parts. That's pretty great. That's definitely worth it, I guess, as far as to put the supercharged one in here. This guy, I mean, it's already got the column induction hood for it, I guess, as far as, so definitely got the room. You got the room. Seems to be a sin, I guess, as far as for not to do that on this truck. Okay, put that starter in there. The other thing I'd be curious to know is if you could put the non-column induction, if that would actually stick to the hood. I might try that out. Might check it out and see. Oh yeah, she sits down low enough. Definitely sits down there low enough. Look at that. Beautiful. Wait, alright. So we need to get some fresh motor honey into this one. We'll get this puppy over to the dyno. Let's make sure she runs and then we'll get over to the dyno. Make sure we get all that base horsepower out of it. Make sure we got adequate motor honey. That looks good for me. Okay, let's make sure she runs. Fires right up. Good deal. Alright, so let's get this over to the dyno. Make sure we get all that base horsepower. Gets a little noisy in here, so just watch your ears. Give that a little disclaimer. Oh yeah, even bumped ourselves up into the next class. So we were Class C. Now it's Class B. Nice. Very nice. Alright, let's take that over to the strip and try her out. See what she can do in the Class B. Let's have some fun with her in the Class B. Ooh, we get to go against the C8. So basically the same engine, only a mid-mount. Mid-mount version of that same engine. Got a little bit of tuning on her too. That one could beat us, just based on the numbers. Oh, she got some giddy up now. Nice. That's a nice improvement. So we went from a 13.2 down to under 12 seconds. That's a nice little boost on that truck. Has the HV been bumped up in the editor? That I don't know. I just kind of figured that this engine should have. So I can assume probably so for that engine. That's why I said we could probably have cheated it as far as going in the editor, I guess, as far as in seeing what we could get out of that. But we've seen that same type of horsepower off that supercharged, like on the 2012 Camaro and even V8. So it's not impossible, I guess, as far as to get that much horsepower out of it. So, and quite frankly, the way the torque, you know, all those values work, it's not like it's different for each engine that you put in there, right? So it's not like if you put the supercharged engine into this one that the torque value and all that stuff is going to be different. So that same value is going to be applied no matter what engine you put into it. So yeah, it's not uncommon, I guess, as far as for that one. I think that's a good, nice boost for that one, though, to have the supercharged one in there. So let's do the EV. Now we know these things are stupid fast, even without any tuning. These EVs are just crazy, crazy fast. Now, I would imagine there's probably a decent amount of adjustments. So we got 505 out of the non-supercharged deal. And I don't remember, I guess, as far as what the default value is. I guess as far as for like that engine, I guess as far as in a, say, Mark 5 or Mark 6 Camaro, that's a default. It's probably a little bit lower than that, I would imagine. But I think this is a little bit more realistic, I guess, as far as for that type of engine. You can easily get a good 500 horsepower out of that deal without any performance parts. I think it's pretty well done in that regard. There she goes. Oh, just a shift. And we were keeping up with it too. That was cool. So I must have slept there a little bit. I think we might have something for this thing. I think we do. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that one again. We just kind of slept there a little bit. Let's do it again. Yeah, we were keeping up with that. I kind of missed a shift there. Oh, we got him that time. Nice. That's a good race. Look at how close that was. 11.8 to 11.817. Take that, you EV. No performance parts on this thing either. No performance parts. It's just a supercharged LS. Beautiful. Well, what can we do against the XJ? A little bit of tuning. Race starters. These things are kind of fast for a V6. They're surprisingly fast. Oh, I kind of shifted too early. That was an early shift. Still got it though. Nice. Yeah, we're sub 12 second on this thing. That's pretty solid. No performance parts. What about the death rod? This one we've done for ourselves. It's got, what did we get? I forget how much tuning. We were able to get like 230 some odd horsepower out of it. Now, keeping in mind this engine without any tuning to it, I guess, as far as you only get like 100 horsepower or less than that. So it's kind of crazy to get that much horsepower out of that engine for this Beetle. You're more than what, like quadrupling the power? At least tripling it. Wow, slept there and still beat it. Yeah, so definitely we've come to see, I guess, as far as we get a decent reaction time, we can definitely get this under 12 seconds. That's solid. We beat the death rod. What about the GTR? Got the V6. We've done our own version of this one, I guess, as far as to put a little bit of tuning on it. These are pretty fast cars too. Oh man, I skipped a shift. Oh, I slipped the shift. Still beat it. Yeah, if I want to slip the shift, I would have got a better time there. Yeah, nice little high rod here. So we got a V10 Audi R8. Got him out. V10 power. He's got a couple of extra cylinders. We got a solid little hot rod of a truck here. Hell yeah. So what was the other one we went over? Was it Hennessy? I think it was. So this one's got tuning, same engine, a little bit of tuning, sport tire. Let's see if we can beat it. Let's do it. Hitting the chip on it. God, we were sticking right with it. Damn, that was a good race. Holy crap. Yeah, we were sticking right with it there for a hot minute. 5.25. Look at how close that was. 7798. Wow. That's a good race. I like racing like that. Now, the fact that this one had the level of tuning it did doesn't surprise me. It did beat us. That seems pretty legit. So the fact that we have no tuning is basically the same engine. Got a little bit of tuning. Yep, I like it. So we got a. This is our drag. We created this Bel Air as far as this is our own drag. The old school against new school engine. Yep, there it should be. That's the one we created, I guess, as far as that. Beautiful. No, that's that old school power, I guess, as far as against the new school power. Supercharged. So he's got. Okay, so this engine beat us in the El Camino. I don't think it had as much tuning. Maybe it did, but it did beat us there previously. About the non-supercharged engine that we have now. We got supercharged against supercharged. Only old school versus new school supercharged. I keep looking at those gauges and it throws me off because of the fact that they're going backwards. They're going counterclockwise instead of clockwise. I want to fix that so bad. Yep, so we beat that old school supercharged power. So semi new school, I guess, as far as supercharged power here. Dual overhead cam. A little bit of tuning. All right, let's see if we can beat that dude. This is the one that I've seen being called, I guess, as far as the modern LS3 that has the red, which I find kind of weird because this one that we have in here is closer to what the actual LS3 looks like. It's not exact. I get that, I guess, as far as, but I think this one's a lot closer, I guess, as far as the actual LS3. That's another good race. We did sleep there a little bit. 11.6. I don't think we can get that. We haven't gotten that good. I want to try that one again, though, see if we can. I think we got something for this dude. I think the fact that we slept there a little bit, that kind of hurt us. Let me try it again. We beat the other supercharged V8. I think we might have something for this one. That felt better. Nope, he still got us. 11.8. I think that's probably the best we can get. So he's got 11.7. So he's got just a little bit more. So again, it's one of those deals where they got a little bit of tuning. That supercharged engine. So not mad about it. What about the Vantage? Oh, no tuning. It's got some slicks. Twin turbo though. Let's see if the Vantage can beat us. Got a nice mix of cars here to compete against. And beat the Vantage. Oh, look at how close though. Damn. 11.848 to 11.860. 82. Wow. We didn't actually beat it till right at the end. 2.6 to 2.5. It was actually ahead of us. That's crazy. Yeah. Nice. That's a good race. So this one was beating us prior. I think it had a little bit more tuning. Yeah, this one was beating us with the non-supercharged engine. Man, that idle on this thing. Gotta love it. Idle on that 289 there is pretty cool. I am not disappointed in this truck at all. As far as just no performance parts, that's just blowing my mind. We haven't gone against a hot rod here in a while. So this engine we've been able to beat. So far it's got a little bit more tuning than I think the last one we went up. We did beat it, so we can beat it in this hot rod. Old school supercharged against new school supercharged. He's right there too. Holy crap. Look at how close this was. I could hear him right there. 9.9, so we did get ahead of him. 11.7 to 11.8. Good reaction time, so 2.6 to 2.5. He was actually ahead of us out of the chute. We were dead even, practically dead even at the 3:30. Wow, that's a good race. I love races like that. I just want to beat this one because it's goofy looking. That's like beating this one because it's goofy looking. That's all. Got him. Nice. I like it. So we even slept there a little bit, I guess, as far as still got him. So yeah, this V8 supercharged we were able to... Oh, this has got even more tuning. Okay, son. Let's see what you got. So this one, pretty decent amount of tuning on that. Nope, we got him. Pretty close. We only beat him by a 1/10. A solid 1/10. Man, this is really good. I like it. I like the way this is in this class for this truck. That's solid. I like it. GTR would be able to beat. This one without significant amount of tuning, you know, are pretty slow. Do it anyway. So the GT Special seems to be much more tuned, I guess, as far as for what that car should be able to do. Yep, that's about what I expected. We already did the Audi. See if it'll give us a GT Special. What is Supra? That's our V8 Special. Turbo power. With some tuning. So we did go up against what was it? What other turbo one? I think it beat us. Yeah, so I think that one turbo power did beat us. Yep, there it is. got a little boost there at the end. Yep, so those turbo-powered engines can definitely beat us. So the Aston Martin. Yeah, so the one that Aston Martin did DBX. Okay, so I'm just thinking of ideas here. So the turbo-powered deals can beat us. I think with a little bit of tuning, might have something for those. Is it going to give me a GT Special? EV. Now this one's got tuning. So the other one we went up against that was a really close race, had no tuning. So this one's got bringing some noise here. So let's see if we can still beat it. Oh yeah. He didn't really smoke us, but I mean, yeah, pretty good. 4/10. Okay, I'll give him that. I will give him that. So yeah, we've been able to beat that engine. So it's not going to give us a GT, so we already beat the Death Rod. It's got a little bit more tuning. Gullwing. So that engine we've been able to beat. Hemi Hellcat. Let's try the Hemi Hellcat. Did I have tuning? Clicked on that too quick. I just saw the Hemi Hellcat, so we haven't raced against that. Okay, we can beat that Hemi power. Did I have tuning? It did, just a little bit. Alright, so we can beat that Hemi power. So let's get the Hemi Hellcat. So that's just our Resto Hellcat. Happy with that. I want to see if it'll get... Ooh, this ought to be a good one. No, I was thinking that was the GTS special. That one. That's the Stance. This is basically a varying version of the Death Rod. Hellcat, speakers, QoL. Looking to see if it'll give us a GT Special. That's our Turbo Special BMW 3 Series. So we put that GTS, GTS Special engine into this one. I remembered that one. Almost forgot about that guy. So this would be racing like the GTS4, GTS M4 Special, whatever that's. I forget the model. I get the models mixed up. Basically, that engine in that car. Okay, we can beat that dude. So, did that have tuning? No tuning. So, it doesn't look like it's going to give us a GT Special. It'd be a good, cool one to go up against. Vantage, TV. So, yeah, I'm liking the mix of cars that we've got here to go compete. Well, we didn't go against the OG Viper. Try the OG Viper. Wow, this thing is... I almost hate to put performance parts onto it, quite honestly. I like this class. Got a nice mix of cars to go up against. So this one is the BFM SIR. No tuning. We gotta try it, we gotta try it. I forget which one it is, I guess as far as with that BFM. That it is pretty fast. not that one. Okay. So, identical reaction time, practically. We had it all the way down, yep. Porsche Carrera. Tuning. I'm just feeling this out. So far, there's not too many cars that can beat us, other than the turbos. So at least a couple of the turbos we've gone against, they haven't been able to beat us. Nice. Yeah, we got a nice little hot rod truck here. I'm pleased with it. Right, we're gonna head this back to the house, and what I would like to do is see if we can find that drag version of that truck. I'd also like to look and see in the editor, I guess, as far as where you can find that drag truck. Because the only ones I've been able to find is the stock in the street. So that's the only 3 configs that truck has, is the drag, the street, and the stock, which we have the 2. So let's get this over to, actually we need to give this a bath. Got a little dirty taking it on the strip. Let's take her over to the car wash. Let's get her cleaned up here a little bit. So I had this problem here too. See how the foam doesn't show on it? That has to do with the collider. The collision, I guess, as far as it goes onto the vehicle. And that's probably why you're getting this issue too, where you got to bump the steering wheel instead of the seat to get into it. Probably part of that. I mean, it can be fixed for sure. The original creator would do that. Okay, so we would need, let's move this back over to here. Okay, we got her cleaned up. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at, I guess, as far as I'd like to try and see if we can find. I'm gonna look in the editor to see what where it shows it. It might only be a barn. That's what I want to see. Just to take a peek at it. So we want to clean up our inventory here a little bit first. Got a little bit of scrapping to do. Wait, what are the green parts I had? Okay, we can put that engine away. I need to put that away, I guess. So this filter is not going to fit into... must have pulled that out of that one warehouse for some reason. Probably mistakenly. Let's put that away. Let's put it away. So let's do... Where is that at? Right there. Let's put that away. We'll put this away too. So just to confirm, we have... that end. Okay, so cool. So we got another 100% build on that. We'll use it for a different build. We'll have it available. Cool. But yeah, I'm having a good time with that truck. It's pretty well dialed in. So let's scrap some stuff. We got a little bit of half and half. We can scrap some stuff and sell some stuff. Let's get to the parts we want to scrap. Gotta build those up. Gotta build those scrap points back up. Big bonus, no whammies. Wow, we got a lot of parts here. So we got a little bit of everything. Big bucks, no whammies. I want to say we probably got about half of our inventory needs to be scrapped. Well, it doesn't need to be, it's just that are either orange or red. I don't think we have any red parts, actually. Most of the parts we took off of that C10 were just orange. Not necessarily red. Kind of shows the fact that it gets as far as a pretty good shape from the auction. Originally it was a 3-star. think we're a good 50%. Maybe a little bit more than that, I guess, as far as hitting the big bonus. Feeling good. Watching those scrap points rack up. Oop, totally missed that one. Focus. Focus on it, focus. Oh, just missed it. A little too early. I think it'd be really cool to have like a chat interaction on this one here. Y'all can kind of mess with me. Kind of click on it prematurely, I guess, as far as to kind of mess me up. Don't think we have that. Don't think we have that for this. It's kind of a cool one though. So I've looked at there's a deal called crowd control, and there are a good chunk of games, I guess, as far as where there is chat interaction, and Car Mechanic is not one of them, unfortunately. Not one of them. So that's something that I definitely have looked into, I guess, as far as to see if we could have more interaction by chat with some of the games we play. Okay, we're about halfway through what we had. We got a little bit of everything though. We got a little bit of rubber, a little bit of plastic, a little bit of metal. That truck was originally from Virginia. So I think these last three here, and I think everything else is going to be yellow. Cool. All that rest of that should be yellow. So let's do... Oh, this was what was green. Okay, so that was just a winder. That's fine. We already replaced that. Cool. So now we should be able to sell the rest of those parts. Boop. And our inventory is clear. Awesome stuff. So we got ourselves below 7 million again. See that? We got so much monies. Let's go to... Yeah, actually I want to save this and go into the editor and see where we can find that drag truck of that drag trim. So let's save it again. Okay, and then we'll go into the editor and let's check it out. So it'll tell us in the editor, I guess, as far as where certain trims are going to be available. I'm going to check it out this way. Let's give us a little bit of editor music. So the drag, which is this guy, so it does have that supercharge in it, so it's the old school type of engine, so it's got a different cutout. So this is a very simple hood cutout, I see. So you can see how I did on the Gen 2, I guess, as far as I made it, you know, kind of more in the shape of the bird catcher. This one's just a simple square shape cutout. Also got a roll cage in it too. That's pretty cool. Oh wow! So it's actually got the opening in here, I guess, as far as for the glass. That's pretty slick. So it's got a custom roll bar. It's even got that going through the glass. That's pretty slick. That's slick. So it's got the racing fuel cell. Oh boy, that is freaking cool. That is pretty stinking cool. So yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to have the modern power to it or not. Now, you could definitely put that cowl induction hood on this one. Definitely could. I want to see how this one functions, I guess, as far as with having the roll cage in it. Because we have seen our cars that have the roll cage in it. It doesn't let you sit in it with the roll cage still in it. This one's pretty cool. Let's explode this one. Well, this one's... I don't know if I like this, though. That looks kind of yucky. I don't like that suspension on there. Now, they probably did that because of the way the wishbones, as far as the double wishbone would interact, I guess, as far as with the roll cage. I'm assuming that's probably why they did it that way. I also don't like the fact that you got this running through the servo. Yeah, so this one's got a little bit of, I do like the fact that they left the inner fender wells out. Kind of reduce weight, I guess, as far as on the front end. That's pretty cool. Yeah, don't particularly care for how this is set up though. You would need to have some type of a, if you're gonna go this route, you would still need to have some kind of mount for that tower, shock tower to mount to. But I understand too, I guess, as far as why they probably went this way, because using the wishbone, it would clip all kinds of funky, I guess, as far as through this this roll cage. I think the fact that it's even got a roll cage, that's pretty neat. And let me see how they got this here. So yeah, we do have some of that kind of clipping through, I guess, as far as like... Oh, we got Vito rolling in there. What are we doing there, Vito? So let's see how they did this radiator. So this radiator, they do have the old school. Wait, is that the old school? No, it's not. The only thing they left out of it is the fan. Or does it have that on? So this has got the same problem as the street, where it has the fan on the front of it. That would have to be fixed. I'd fix that. Yeah, I would totally fix that. So I'm just curious. I'm just gonna throw some things at this here just to see what we got. I'm gonna try a different suspension on this. That needs a rework. Yeah, I don't deny that. The one thing that did stick out to me immediately was the way these shock towers are done. But I understand probably why they did that. They didn't want the wishbones, I guess, as far as clipping through their custom roll cage. Probably just didn't look right, so they went this route. So I understand why they probably did it. But just to kind of throw out, how would this look if we were to put, let's go to suspension. I'm not going to save this, I'm just going to throw it out there. So this one's got on the front, let's see here. This one has, that's the rear, axle start, front track. Where's the, oh, here we go. So it's the center old. That's the subframe though. Front left to front right. Is that this one here? Nope. Which one is that? I don't know what that is. So we'll do front right. Not sure what that is. That's the rear. So center old 3. That's for the subframe. Okay, I'm gonna leave that one in there. So there is no undoing this thing, so you got to be really careful what you're doing here. So what I'm trying to find is this here. So that's the rear. Front axle start, we'll mess with that. Spring height, that's just normal height. Stiffness, where in the heck is that? Really? So rear center, rear left, rear right. Axle start. I don't know why that. What am I missing here? It's been a while since I messed with front ends. So that's the rear. Thought it was these here. This is just the subframe. Let's turn the body out there for a second. Well, yeah, for that front center old, that's going to be the subframe. You did a pretty good job, I guess, as far as to tuck the exhaust, I guess, as far as in between the subframe. That's pretty cool. Like how they did that. Let's do center old. Center powered, old 4. That's just changing the subframe. I'll leave that on 2. We'll find it. Yeah, that's just changing that subframe. What is it for the shocks there? Where what's supposed to connect to? I'm sorry. Yeah, so what we're attempting to do here, I guess, as far as is to try a different shock assembly here. So I like to use the double wishbone. Because the strut assembly here, I guess, as far as without having some type of support on that, that doesn't look right. So I'm trying to think of what in the world is this here. Okay, there's that. So that is that. Okay, so let me see what this looks like. That's an air ride type of system. Okay, hold on. That's for the left. Let's do a wishbone 2. Okay, and then I want to turn on the body. See what that looks like. Yeah, so I'm guessing that's probably why they went this route, because they didn't want that going on. Now, what I would have done, as far as in the design of this this roll cage, I would have made that so it went above that, and then have it come back down, instead of just having it angled like that. Now, I know this is a common design, I guess, as far as for roll cages, just go on a diagonal like that, but definitely the way I would have designed it, as far as modeled it, is had it come straight across, and then come down on an angle. So that way you could clear that, and that way you could put that that type of suspension in there pretty easily, without it clipping like that. Now, we don't have the means, I guess, as far as to be able to fix it in that fashion, unfortunately. So that would need to be need a rework on the bodywork, that's for sure. No, they're not. That's what we were trying to mess with their video. That's what we're trying to hit. So it's the combination of what the game provides to us in comparison to how we model the things, right? So this, a lot of this bodywork, you have to model that, and there's no way that I've come to find. You know, I've seen it possible to where you can export out, apparently, I guess, as far as these game parts, so that you can line what you're designing, you know, 3D modeling, I guess, as far as more accurately. Obviously, this person that designed this one didn't do that. They did not do that. So this is just another example of that. But we have seen car models, I guess, as far as where everything lines up like beautifully. And I for one, I guess, as far as don't understand how they're doing that. So just to kind of give the comparison, I would like to have this type of suspension, but be able to modify this roll bar. But I don't have the ability to do that, because I would need the raw file, I guess, as far as for the model of this truck. That's the only downside. I do like the idea for it, though. That's for sure. Yeah. So this one here, the last I heard, I guess, as far as from the person that did design this truck, they were going to do some work on it still, but we still haven't seen an update. I would definitely like to see this one redone, I guess, as far as a little bit. I like the concept of it, though. I definitely do. So let me see what other one we can put in here to make this look a little bit better, besides the wishbone. So let's see if we do, so we don't want it powered, because we got a rear, this is a rear drive. So this would be a drum. So this one's a solid. You don't want that. So wishbone 4. So we could probably do something like this. That's a little better. It's not perfect. Don't mind you. But I kind of like this one better, I guess, as far as out of the wishbones. Not 100% perfect, but it gives you that idea as far as the wishbone actually being attached to the roll bar, roll cage. So as far as anything else, let's see here. Yeah, I kind of like this one the most so far. Again, I'm taking into account that it's not perfect, but I think it's better than having the taller McPherson strut assembly. just looking to see what else that's heading here. So the steering bar is on the front in comparison to, okay. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. These are the same types of things that I've struggled with to kind of get things to look right with what we're trying to model. So I can definitely understand the struggles that this person had. So this is actually going right through the roll bar there. So that's with the strut assembly. So I think with this one we don't have that. So it's got the steering rack on the front, so it doesn't clip through there. We use this wishbone. So there's plenty of things that do get adjusted in a good way, I guess, as far as with this type of setup. I do feel like this one's a lot closer to what would be designed, I guess, as far as for a roll cage, would be, you know, having the wishbone tied into the roll cage. I'm wondering if I can change the track on this to kind of remove some of the clipping of that shock tower there, maybe. Let's see here. So he's got it pretty well tucked into the fender. And I do like the rake on it too, so I don't want to mess that up too bad. The rake on this one is pretty cool. I like how it's got that cloud in the front end. Who's throwing snowballs at me? That was Vito. Alright, right back at you. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do, just to see if we can clean this up a little bit. Now, I'm not going to save this. This is just all, we're just testing some things out to see. I do want to move that brake servo, even if we just move it a little bit more this way, so it's not clipping through that roll bar. That's pretty easy. That's a simple fix. So the left side, or the right side, we need to be wishbone 4. Let's do wishbone 4 on that. Where's that at? Front right, powered wishbone 4. Let's do that. I think we're gonna try this one, and then what I'm gonna do, lift this up a little bit. Hopefully not take too much of that stance out of it. I do like that. I do like the way that looks. So we need to adjust front hut. Right now it's at a 0.3. Put it at a 0.5. Oh, that's too high. Hold on. Oh, we went too low. Hold on. We gotta go the other way. So we gotta go 0.1. That's too high. 0.2. 0.25. Okay, how does that look? We still got a little bit of a rake. Okay, that still clips there. Let's do... Well, that right there, it's clear. Okay, that's definitely a lot better. So it gives it that impression that this wishbone would be tied into this here. Plus it's not clear there, but it also takes a little bit of that rake out of it. I don't know if I like that. I'm gonna see if I can find a middle ground for that. So that's at 2, right at 2.2. I want to give it a little bit of a rake to it. Okay, let's see how that looks. So that does clip into that a little bit. Let's try a 2.1. Okay, so anything more than a 2, I guess, as far as it kind of clips in there. QoL 5. Something like that. Okay. That's the only way we can make that look halfway decent like that. That's a bummer. I'd like to keep some more of that rake in there. I like the front wheels kind of tucked up into the fender well. But in order to do that and not have too much of a clip on the suspension, that we'd have to have it right here. Only downside. That's the only downside. Now another thing we could do, let's see here, could have a slightly taller tire, maybe. Get another look at that. Yeah, I did definitely kind of like that squattier look in the front. Man, that's that really burnt. That tears me up. This looks good like that. I guess as far as just so that the shock tower isn't. Now, granted, I get it too. I guess as far as it doesn't really have anything for this to mount to. That's understandable. I get it, but just trying to look for a nice middle ground. That's all. You never? Sure. I definitely want to move this guy over. And we'll have to redo this radiator. This is such a goofy setup here, I guess, as far as I have that fan in front of the radiator like that. It's goofy looking. So I'll probably end up putting that other one like we did on the street. I also might need to tuck this in a little bit more because, wow, that engine is... front of that engine is really close to that radiator. I mean, if anything, what I could do is just not use the fan at all. I'm just thinking about how we can. I wonder if I change the track on this so we can clear. Yeah, let's mess with the track on this. So that's 157. That's the rear track. I need the front track. 155. Okay, so we need to go up on that value. So 6, 5. Okay, let's try a 7.5. Okay, that's where we can get it to clear. Okay, so how much are we sticking out here? Okay. I'm going to tuck it in just a little bit more. Split the difference, so try a 1.7. 6.8. I'm trying to get this to clear here, but not so much, I guess, as far as the tires sticking out of the fender. Okay, so if we bring that back down on the height, see how that looks. So on the front height, 208. Put it back to it. 2.2. Okay. Okay, we might have something there. So it does clip here a little bit. Not clipping on the tower, so I don't hate it. Still not the best. I get that too. I guess as far as, but that's definitely something. So let's see how it looks on the rake. At least it looks a little bit more level. Maybe not as much squat in the front as we'd like to have. Looks a little bit more level this way. If I could get it a little bit more squat, that'd be cool. Let's try, let's do, where's our height? So our height, let's try a 2, 3. Going a little bit at a time just to see what it should look like. Going under Jesse James. Yeah, so that looks more level than it does squattier in the front. Now we could always raise the back end up to kind of balance that out. Could do that, or we could just leave it level like that. We do got a couple of options. I'm going to see if I can raise this up on the rear end. Kind of reestablish some of the front rake on it. So let's do a rear height. Right now it's at a 2.8. Okay, so something like that. So put that at a 2. And now we're getting back some of that rake that was in the front. I don't hate that either. Okay. I think we got some ideas for this one. It's got some potential. Yeah, so basically what we did is we went to Wishbone 4. We changed the front track and the front height to 2.3, so this was going to be higher. Okay. I think I like this better. I'm liking this a lot better than what it was in there. Definitely liking this one a lot better. Does it just have drums in the back? It does. This one's got drums. A little more old school on this one. Cool. Just blow it up. That's what Richard Batman's saying. So the fact that this these shocks on this one actually go through the frame. Now I know it doesn't look the greatest, but this the fact that it does interact with the frame. That's pretty solid. I think he had it too low anyway because this was kind of clipping through the bed. I think this actually looks better that way. Okay. Cool. Just making some observations. I do like the fact that it has this roll cage in it. Pretty neat. Got those seats in it. Cool. I think we could even go put the cowl induction hood on this one instead. We could do that. I'm kind of liking these changes to it, so I want to move this over. So I'm going to create a separate config for this one so we can make the changes to it. I think that's what we'll do. Where does it say that we can find this at? That's the other thing I wanted to look at. Let's explode it. Yeah, I think this one's definitely got some potential. So we want to go to main. Oh, it's going to be in other. Right here. This will tell us where we can find this at. So we can find it everywhere but the salon. That's what this is saying. So we just can't, it won't populate in the salon. That doesn't mean that you can't spawn it into there at that one spot. It just means it won't show up at the salon as something you can buy. So it's basically everywhere but the salon. Noise. Okay, so yeah, thinking what I want to do. Also want to change that radiator. Do we have a radiator, I guess, as far as that's just that new age radiator without a fan? I want to check that out really quick. I think we gotta still have a fan on this style of radiator. So let me take a look here and see. Let's take a look and see. So radiator fan, that's the one that's currently in there. We want to go. It was under cooling. Yeah, so we can go cooling. So this guy, that's looking to be a little tight. I'm wondering if I can do one without the fan on it. It's either that or we'll have to flip it around. We could do that too. We could always turn that around. Now granted that might look a little bit funky because it's got the hose filler neck, I guess, as far as on that side. But if we bury that into the core support, it may not matter. So let's try cooling 2. So yeah, the cooling 1 is with the 1 fan, cooling 2 is the 2 fans. So I don't think we have that radiator just by itself, unfortunately. So the other radiator that we have is the old school, and that one is Radiator old, this one right here. So that one doesn't have a fan on it at all. I guess that newer radiator is going to have... Well, the other one was the radiator fan, which I think is silly looking. That's this one here. This one here is just silly looking. So just to pull this one up. Why they got that design like that, I have no idea. That's just silly. That fan is not, it's got no housing or anything on it. Maybe it's designed more to have a shroud on the core support, maybe? I don't know. That was just kind of goofy looking. So I wish there was a version of this radiator that had no fan at all. So we only have this one and these other two. So we got this guy, which is just the one fan. And we also have the one with the two fan. So that's the only options we have for that radiator. These are the types of things I wish I could get this thing out of here so I can actually modify it to make it just so that we have just the radiator. That'd be kind of cool. Well, we don't. So, at least for now. Alright, so I think we got a pretty good idea of what we want to adjust on this one. So I'm going to close this out. I'm not going to save this one. I don't want to step on that original config. I want to be able to back that one up. So what we'll do, close this out. Explode it. We're going to go back to the main menu. And what we got to do is we got to actually find that config that we have in our Steam Workshop. Be able to edit it. That's what we'll do next here. Alright, we got to get back to the main menu here. We can close her out, at least for a brief second. Alright, let's grab out of this. And I'll close that out, and I'm going to go into our Steam Workshop. And for this number here, we know this one here is Car Mechanic Sim, so that truck in particular should be already made the change to the other street config. So it's this truck right here. Yep, D10 right here. I already made that change, like I said, I guess as far as to this config, which is the street. So we don't want to touch that one. We want the drag. Should be big 2. This one's the drag. This is the one we just got in there. So what we want to do is pull this one on. I'm going to copy this. Put this on the desktop for now. Just so we'll keep this for safekeeping. Alright. Now we can edit this one here, I guess, as far as, so, and we got that one backed up. We can edit that now, I guess, as far as to make our appropriate changes. Alright, so let's launch the game back up. This. Alrighty then, so just get her loaded up, and now we can make our changes appropriately without losing that original file, that original config. Highly recommend to do that if you're going to mess with, no matter if it's a base game car or even a mod car. It's a good idea to do that. Okay. Just take a second for this to load up. In the meantime, I'm going to refresh my beverage. Alrighty then, where are we at? So we're back here at the house. So we do still need to find that that truck too, but I want to make these changes, I guess, as far as to it in the editor. So we had to load up the game, I guess. Now I could have loaded it from the editor. I could have totally did that. I don't know why I didn't do it that way. But in hindsight, back to the main menu. We'll go back to the editor. Because on the Steam launch, you have the option to do either one, but you can do it in here too. Alright, so we want to load up that drag, now that we've got that backed up, and we can make our appropriate changes. So let's do this. So first off, I want to load this open. Okay, and one of the first things we did come to determine, we want to change front suspension to that wishbone 4. So that one was this guy. Okay, and then we also want to do that on the other side. I think the fact that you can have 2 different suspensions there, that's kind of weird. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but apparently they have that. Have it set up that way. We want the wishbone 4. Okay. Now I'm just going to recall these values by memory. I didn't write any of it down. So we want to go to so the front track. What on here? So I know I had the rear height, I guess, as far as at a 2. Front height we had it at a 2.3. I do remember, right? So at a 2.3, and then we changed the front track. I believe we had that at a 1.7. It was a 1.68, something like that. Okay. Cool deal. All right, so there's that, and then we had the rear height right at a 2, like that. But just recalling from memory, I guess, as far as how we had that. There we go. There's that. So now we want to adjust some other things here. I think this is a much better look than it had. I'm not saying it's perfect, not at all, but it's a little bit better. So we need to do where is the brake pump? That's this guy. I like that dude. We're gonna move him over like so. Now we could bring it onto the inside here too, but I think it might look better on the outside of that roll bar. It's gonna look better on the outside here. It definitely looks better with it on it clipping into it, that's for sure. And then we want to change. I don't know how I want to do this radiator. Not sure how I want to do that. So we already got air filters on the carbs there, so we don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. It's got the old school supercharged. Yeah, I'm really a bit torn, I guess, as far as how I want to do this radiator. Part of me just wants to do one of the cooling 1 or cooling 2 and just turn it around. So we'd have this this part here, this buried into the core support. That's what part of me wants to do. But I know that would be odd because of the way the hose should normally go. So let's do this. I like that. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna humor it at least anyway. We're kind of limited on what we can use for that, so. But, let's try cooling. Might go to cooling 2. Here, and then we'll turn it around. We'll rotate it. That'll be on the Y. Like so. So I'm thinking of nothing else but let's do it this way. Do it this way. So we definitely don't want it too far into the engine itself. Gotta do some running around. Don't get too tired. All that running around. Definitely appreciate you stopping by there, Vito. Is there room to offset the radiator if you scale it down? I don't know. That's a good question. I could try and do that. That's an option. In fact, let's humor that. Turn it back around. So if I scale it down right now, it's at a 1.3. Let's try at a 1. Ooh, see, that might make it a little too small. I don't know. What do we think? So I guess, in a way, the way this opening is here, that might not be too bad of an idea. Let's try a 1.1. We'll get it to fit right into this opening here in the core support. See, that might not make it look too bad. Didn't think of that. Guess I was just thinking what scale it was at there currently. Yeah, so the fact that we can get it to fit right in this opening of the core support and make it so that it doesn't... It's still pretty tight in there, but I guess that might work. Yeah, that could definitely work. Cool, good idea. Well, plus it doesn't clip through the front end in here. It's got a lot cleaner look that way as far as have the radiator coming through the grill like that. Sure, we can do that. Another raffle, there we go. Get that while it's hot. Yeah, so I think this is a little bit better setup. I also feel inclined, I guess, as far as to move this guy over here. I mean, it's okay to have the ABS on it. It's just kind of funky having it over here. So another thing I've been playing around with on our Gen 2 is to have it as a car part, I guess, as far as for an ignition coil box, you know, like an MSD coil box, and have that on the firewall. Obviously we don't have that on here, but these are some of the things that we've kind of played around with the idea. So I forget what this thing is called. It's a whole one whole piece there. So ABS, there it is. So we want to go like that. I'm gonna move this dude over here. You know, I could even put it on this side. Yeah, let's do it like this. Put it on either side of the roll bar. There you go. Now we can probably even put that at the same level as the servo. Excuse me, there we go. Put it like that. Something like that. Neat. Kind of like it. So yeah, we don't really need to have an air box. We could probably maybe put a coolant reservoir in there. Maybe. So this one I don't remember. Does it have power steering? Yep, there's the power steering pump. So we should probably put power steering reservoir and maybe a coolant overflow. We don't have to, but be a nice consideration. You know, I can appreciate, I guess, as far as the approach that he took with this to kind of keep it really clean and not have a lot of busyness going on in here. I like that. I like the fact that we did that. But the fact that even this roll cage, you see here. Oh, it is two separate pieces. So this one goes into the floor, and this one goes into the firewall, into the subframe. Okay. Neat. I wasn't sure if well, yeah, he's got these tied into the X-frame there. That's pretty cool. I've seen this before, I guess, as far as where you got the roll bar goes through the glass and you just put the rubber grommets onto the glass like that. This is, most of the time you're going to use like Lexan. You're not going to use like actual glass. You're going to use like a Lexan, like a plexiglass, I guess, as far as do that type of thing. It also reduces weight on the vehicle, I guess, as far as use Lexan as opposed to real glass. Real glass is actually pretty heavy in comparison. But I also like the way they did this this fuel cell. That's pretty neat. Now, did they actually put a fuel tank on this? see here. Nope. So that's the only thing they got there. So this is something that I've struggled with, because as far as, you know, some of these parts that, like the fuel pump and all that, do affect horsepower, right? So when you don't put these types of parts in there, I just tend to wonder how that affects, I guess, as far as the horsepower. So what is the, let's take a look at that actually. Okay, I want to go to the main. This one gets 498 horsepower at the base, which is pretty comparable. It's pretty legit, I guess, as far as for this type of engine, for the old school supercharged. Now in comparison to the modern LS3 supercharged, right? So I want to look at what they've got. The where's that at? We need to go to price. Wait a minute. Damn it, I forgot what that was under now. Tuning. There we go. Nope, not that one either. Oh, for crying out loud, what is that under again? Right here. So CX is at 3.4. Torque mod is right at 1. So that's basically, that's not even modified, I guess, as far as from, they just got that at a 1, I guess, as far as for the torque mod. So that horsepower that we're getting out of that LS supercharged, I guess, as far as that's pretty legit. Now, if we want to compare that to like the C8, this will probably be similar. C8 with that same supercharged LS. Like, we can do that. I'm going to save this one first. But yeah, just to kind of show, I guess, as far as there's really nothing change on the torque mod, I guess, as far as for that engine. For the whole car. So this is not separate. At least I don't think so. Let me load up that street one and I'll find out. But I think this is going to be the same. Yeah, I'm going to check it out here. Let's go ahead and save this one. I don't want to toggle my rear end before I check it out. I think we might have a different torque mod, I guess, as far as on that street version. I do like the way they got these cutouts here in the... I wish they would have put like a similar like they did on here. Kind of put a ring around that. That's to kind of allow for... That's kind of neat. I like that. So it's kind of like an air duct type of thing. Now I don't know if they meant to put some air ducts in there and just didn't get to it. I'm not sure. But it definitely does need a little bit of work done in that regard. Alright, so we got this one saved. Let me do it again here just to make sure. And then let's load up the street version. Okay, let's check out the torque modifier on that one. Nope, that's still at a 1 as well. But these are all pretty consistent across all the configs. So yeah, that's pretty legit. Same CX and all that. Alright, cool. So let's go this way. So we've got that pretty well saved up. Now it's just a matter of finding this truck. We gotta be able to find this truck now, so we can find it everywhere but the salon, as it showed. And I'm really curious to find out for sure too, once we do get this, as to whether or not we can sit in it with that roll cage in it. Because we've had a couple different cars where we can't sit in it if the roll cage is in there, and obviously the GTO we can. Or not the GTO, but the what other one was it? I forget now. Anyway, some of them we can, some of them we can't. Alright, so let's go back to the main menu. Load this game back up. See if we can find this thing. Jackdog getting some fluids out of that. Let's get her loaded up. So that's the other, gonna be the other thrill of the hunt, as far as we gotta find that darn thing. Alright, let's load up our save. Take it a second or two. So this is kind of reminds me of all the things that I've gone through, I guess, as far as to design our own car. You know, you just got to throw things at it to see if it'll stick, see how it flies. I think they definitely left some room in, I guess, as far as for others like ourselves, I guess, as far as to just tinker with it. You know, if you know what you're doing, I guess, as far as it's not too hard. Okay, so nice. So we still got our inventories clear. Let's go see if we can find this drag version. So we're gonna check out the salvage auction. Check out the salvage auction, see if we can find this. I haven't had any luck finding this thing. I think we did come across it in the call orders, but so between the stock, the street that we now have, and the drag, but not necessarily in the salvage auction. Now it does show in the editor that it does have the option to have to populate in here. So there's the street, which we already have. That's a 1-star. It's probably in pretty rough shape. We need the drag. Okay, so it's not in the salvage auction. Let's check this auction. There's the stock. That's a 5-star stock. We already have that. So we got 2 of the configs, I guess, as far as in either auction, but not the drag. Okay, so that's that visit. I guess we'll do a round robin here until we can see if we can find it. We haven't done that in a hot minute. Do a round robin here. So I think we'll check on a barn next. That's one of the options we have, I guess, as far as to find that thing. We'll do a barn and include junkyard. Yeah. Junkyards are kind of like my last resort because we know when you find them in the junkyard, they're pretty rough shape usually. Usually pretty rough shape. So yeah, let's go check out a barn. We got well over 100. Well over 100. I'm not sure how many over 100, but we're definitely over 100. Alright, so we got anything loose in here? No. So I see we got a Chrysler 300 right off the bat. Not one we're interested in. We're looking for, so as it goes. Yep, Mercedes, so not the Gullwing. And looking for that drag pick 'em up truck. Anything back here? Yeah, that's this one around there. So there should be one more car in here. Should be around this side. There should be, and that's definitely not a pick 'em up truck. Okay, so this barn seems to be devoid, I guess, as far as of any C10s. I'm gonna check out a few files before we leave, so you can get the crate. Not worried about if we do get it or not. Gonna keep the round robin going. Let's see, do we got any more boxes near? Oh my god, this one here. Okay, so we did do that one. What about this one? Okay, and let's do one more. Okay, no crate. Not worried about though. I figured if it was right here, we'll definitely take it. So let's check out a junkyard next. Kind of empty-handed there, but kind of confident we can find this one. I found that street one, I guess, as far as with just doing like 2 round robins. And we finally found it at the auction. It's definitely possible. It is definitely possible. Okay, so let's go ahead to the junkyard. That'll be our next visit. Okay, so while that's going there, I'm gonna take a look. I gotta check some new tabs over here. second here. We need to let's go here. Getting some potential raid targets queued up. Alright, cool. Alright, so what do we got here at the junkyard? So, no car up front here. We do have a battery. Damn. Okay, we're gonna have to see if we can find that. First things first there, we want to see if we got any drag C10s out here. So we have that one. That's not a C10. We got Wazy Wabbit. They call it a Gulf. I call it a Wabbit. It looks like a Wabbit. Wazy Wabbit. What other cars we got in here? Hopefully you can find a C10 drag. That'd be awesome. C10 drag. That's what we're all for. So nothing on... Well, we got that on the hill. That's not a C10. That is a Drag Nova. Yep. Drag Bill Nova. Hey, Hot Rod, that's the goofy looking one. So, Koenigsegg? Yep. That's the high-end Koenigsegg, nice. Okay, so we did not find the C10, so let's look at these piles, see if we can find this battery. So it is of the orange persuasion, which means, so even if it is red, it is chargeable. Even if it is red. We have an orange one, I guess, as far as on our list. It's just a matter of finding it. Just a matter of finding it. Hopefully, maybe it'll be right here at the gate. That's wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. Oh, for a second there, I thought that was it. I was like, look at that. I got a little too excited there. Okay, so far no battery. Oh! Sounds like I dropped some coins. Oh, battery, where are you at? Oh, you're in here somewhere. Battery. Oh, don't forget these two piles. I'm on a mission to find this battery. There it is. Found it. Alright, cool deal. Alright, so we got our battery. That's all we're going to get out of this visit. So we'll head back to the house. Head back to the house and we'll go back to the salvage auctions. It'll be round 2 of our round robin. So I got me some leftover tacos, I guess, as far as from yesterday. I made a little bit more beef than I thought, I guess, as far as, so we'll be enjoying some leftover tacos from yesterday. Nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and charge the battery we got from the junkyard. Okay, and while that's charging, we're going to go ahead and back over to salvage auction. We're on the lookout, I guess, as far as for this drag C10 pickup. Alright, got anything in here? standard Gen 2 Camaro. Also got an SS. There's another street. Okay. So not the one we're looking for. Okay, let's check the normal auction. Nope. So the only thing we got available is the street here at either auction. Okay. That means we go check out another barn. This is how the round robins work. Don't find out one place, you check out the next. Simple as that. Why are my players being super silly like that? Okay, so that battery should be charged. Pull that off of there. Put that away, actually. Sure, we'll need that later. Alright, cool. So that means we should have 2 batteries. Nice. Wait. What was that other part? This one's in warehouse. Wait a minute. Why is this in warehouse 1? What in the world is going on here? How did my warehouse get all screwed up like that? So that should not have that in there. Hold on a minute. Come on, my warehouse got this crap in there. Did I mean to... Hold on, we gotta move this out of here. Don't know how these parts got in here. And that's the all. Yeah. That's fine, that's 100%. You should only have 100% parts in here. Okay, we're good there. So I don't think these are repairable. Finally finished Corvette C3. You got 1 left? Nice. Good deal there, Ghoulish Man. This one's repairable. I think I might just go ahead and sell that. Yeah, I don't think we need to keep that. This one was in warehouse 4 originally. So that dude. So that dude. And this one I can put back in the warehouse 4. I don't know how that got out of there, but okay. Let's go to warehouse 4. And put that... That's not where I had it, is it? Use all my Camaro parts. 3 imports. Yep. 4, 5 is that parts. 6 is my electrical. Okay, so I guess maybe we can keep that in there. I guess I didn't realize these weren't 100%. I guess we held on to those to get. Yeah, I guess I'll just put that in here, I guess, for now. That's fine. That back in the warehouse 1. Okay, I think we're good. I don't know, that guy got a little bit goofed up there. Anyway, we're gonna go to salvage auction. Go check that out. We got a few days ago the 454, and now the normal config left. 454. So yeah, using that TK aftermarket. By curiosity, because we don't have a 454 necessarily in there by default or DLC. There's our Z28. Looking for that drag C10. Okay, so nothing at salvage auction. Keep seeing a blue card as far as it's like, ooh, there it is. So nothing at the auction for today. Okay, so I guess we're checking out. Ooh. Did I lose track? I guess as far as we're either checking out a barn or a junkyard now. I think we'll check out a barn. Yeah, we'll do a barn next. You don't use TK? So where did you get the 454 from? You know, so unless you're tuning it to a 454, I guess. That's all I'm curious about. Because an actual 454, I guess as far as they don't have it in the game by default. That's the only reason why I'm asking. So yeah, we'll go ahead and check out a barn. Let's check out a barn next. Nothing at the salvage auction, unfortunately. Don't do any configuration. So where are you getting the 454? That's my question. Or you just feel it's in the likeness of the 454? I know the 454 is not available by default. That's what I'm still questioning. So there's D28. You're not sure? So what makes you call it a 454? Let's put it that way. What is it that tells you that it's a 454? If you don't have a 454 in the game by default, that's again, that's the only reason why I question it. Our version in game, the info. So does it really? Does it say 454? I guess I didn't realize it did. Because we do have a C3. So that's not the car we're looking for. So I didn't realize it did say 454. I'll be honest. So here's a C3 right here, actually. Speaking of which. So this one here, for example, is... This one's the V8 1 carb. So I'm assuming they do have a trim. This one's standard. I guess they do have a version that is 454. I think we just have a standard. So yeah, I wasn't aware as far as the fact that they did have our version that was 454. That was the only thing. That's the only reason why I was asking, because I think we do have standard in our own garage. So yeah, out of the 3 cars we have here, not a C10 pickup drag anyway. So most of these cars we already have in our garage. Let's check the files. Do we have anything loose? Ooh, got a module. Gotta find that. Yeah, we definitely gotta find that. Okay, so we're on the lookout for a module. Where'd that module at? Very rare to find a module in anywhere. Very rare. Oh, there's our crate. We'll take that. Even though we didn't find the car we're looking for, we definitely have other parts we can get. Right now, we already got our crate. We're just looking for that module. Give me the module. Give me the module. There it is. Cool. So we got our crate and our module. Beautiful. Cool. Alright, we'll take what we got here and head back to the house. And open that crate and see what we get. Right, so the fact that it has 3 configs, yeah. Again, like I said, I was not aware that there was a 454. Standard, 454, and the other you don't know. Yeah. Might be an SS. Good question. Okay, now we've got this crate to open. Let's do that, and then we'll head to junkyard as far as see if we can find a drag C10. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. A little bit of XP. So we already made it to level 121 today. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And another bar mat. So we got our bar mat back. That's cool. Put that away. Let's fix up our module. We'll put that away. Trying to stock those up in our warehouse. Cool. Alright, let's go ahead and get this into warehouse. Thank you. And we're going to head on over to junkyard. Go on the lookout for that C10 drag pickup. So let's go to junkyard. Off to the junkyard we go. C3SS. Yeah, I don't know if it was. I was trying to think of the name. I was just spitballing a name. What that third configuration might be. You just finished 14 cars from my collection with all configs. Nice. So did you do that all in one day? Not hard to do. Just getting in the groove of it sometimes. So we got is this a standard bug? That's a Herbie bug. How much do they want for the Herbie bug? 17,000. We already have one, so we got a Herbie bug over here. Oh, we got 2 batteries over here this time. Damn, we're getting lucky on the batteries here in the junkyard finds. Okay, so first things first, I want to see if we can find a C10 drag. So other than the Herbie out front. Wow, I got another major sneeze coming on. Oh, that one that was earlier, that we had earlier, man, that was so relieving. So we got a C8 out here. Is that a Stingray? Yep, that's a Stingray. Do. All 50 cars in the collection. You didn't do them all in one day? Okay. Overall, 200 hours roundabout. I gotcha. So 200 hours it took you to do 14 cars. Wait, is this another? No, this is a Pagani. That's the Tempesta. Nice. Hey, not what we're looking for though. We are looking for a C10 drag. So DB5? Yep. What do we got here? So that's Camaro. That's a SS Street. Cool. Uh oh, what we got here? This is probably a street. Damn it! I was so tempted there. So that, yeah, this is the street version. We already have that. So we did have one on here in the junkyard, but it's not the one we're looking for. Not the one we're looking for. Bummer. Man, it's so close. So with that being said, we got 2 batteries out here we can find. Let's see if we can find these batteries. Trying to stock up on those in the warehouse. Battery. So it doesn't even matter if it's red because it is chargeable. So of the 2 we have in here, we know at least one of them's orange. There's our map. We'll take that. Sure, we'll take that. Batteries. There's one. So is the other one red? Just out of curiosity. Nope. Both of them are orange. Nice. There's one of them. See if we can find the other one. And we're getting lucky today, I guess, as far as on these junkyard picks. As far as finding those types of parts on our list. 454 is the Hemi 440. 454S is the old. Oh, so they got a 454 and a 454S. I figured it would have an S in it somewhere. So I just initially call it an SS. Yeah. So I figured it probably had an S in there somewhere. Yeah. They seem to do that with a lot of the cars. I guess as far as to have one of the configs be some sort of SS. So yeah, the 454S. Looking for battery. Okay. Battery. Our fender badges for Gen 2. Battery, where you at? No battery yet. We won't find it. Little rascals out here somewhere. Yours is a 454S. Yeah, so it doesn't have the Hemi in it. So that would be the, like Gacto said, the OHV. Noise. OHV supercharged. That's the one, yeah, that's got the engine sticking to the hood, yeah. Not one of my favorite ones. I guess that's probably why I don't have that one. But I understand the config is there. Okay. You found your first Roadrunner from the DLC after 200 hours? That's crazy that you haven't found one in that long. Damn. We find Roadrunners all the time at the salvage auction. Seems like at least every time we go there, we find at least one Roadrunner. Now, there is some portion of the skill, like if you don't have the Eagle Eye, I think there is a part of that, like if you don't have all the skill, that could be part of the reason why you didn't find one. But I mean, in 200 hours, I guess as far as you should have that skill already. So there's our Z28 grill, nice. Still no battery. So there's that cover. I want to make one of these so bad. Wish there was a way I could use this one. I want to be able to model that in our Gen 2. It's like it's already made. Beautiful. Got them next to another in front of the garage. Nice. Search on junkyards and barns. Yes. So yeah, if you don't do the auctions, I guess as far as you might find a lot more stuff. I've had a lot more luck of finding really good cars, I guess, as far as at the scrapyard. Plus, I find it challenging, I guess, as far as to try to get it well enough under the estimated value. Alright, just like what I'm doing now as far as the round robin to find the car that I'm looking for. I use all of what we got available in the game, I guess, as far as to try and find it. Speaking of Roadrunner, we got a Roadrunner fender right there. Okay. Where in the heck is this other battery at? Somebody hit it pretty good. Oh, let me up there. Somebody definitely hit this second battery pretty good. You can spawn it at the dealer. Oh, you definitely can. Yeah, you definitely can. At the round plate, yeah. Just about any car. In fact, that's an achievement for buying a car at the auction. Or at the salon, I should say. And I don't think it matters, from what I've read up on, it doesn't matter if you spawn it in yourself, or if you buy it already pre-spawned at the salon, that does count towards the achievement for buying a car at the salon. There's the other battery. Sweet. Alright, so we got both our batteries. We got both batteries and our barn map. Sweet. But we didn't get a C10 drag. That's the only downside. Head back to the house. I guess next thing we'll be going is a salvage auction. Have to keep that in mind. I'll give this a little one more try, I guess, as far as on to see if we can find it. And if we don't, I'll continue to look forward, I guess, as far as in the off stream. We know it's available. We know we can find it in those areas. Already double checked it. Alright, so what we need to do, first of all, if I'm going to charge these batteries, put that barn map away. Charge the battery up. Cool. And while we're gone and that's charging, we'll go to salvage auction. I like to find the, particularly the 3-star, I guess, as far as on that, because they don't always run, but a lot of times all I need is oil. Alright, so we're looking for that C10 drag. So there's the 454S, speaking of which. Pretty rough shape. Standard. Okay, so nothing at the salvage auction. Let's try this auction. And nothing at this auction for today. So not even one trim of it. Or a C10 drag. Okay. Fair enough. Head back to the house. So we'll do one more barn, one more junkyard. Starting to get a little bit hungry. I got some leftover tacos coming in. Like to get a little gamble with the junkyard and the barn. Only do these. I mean, to each their own. No wrong way to do it. I just tend to like to use everything the game has to offer as far as to find whatever I'm looking for. And I do get a lot of luck, I guess, as far as finding the cars that I'm looking for at the salvage auction. Just trying to get it at, for a decent enough price. That's the challenge. So what I want to do, get this battery off of here. The other one on there. Oh shoot, hold on. This one on there. There we go. So we can put that other battery away. And building up our stock on there in the batteries. And we want to check out. What do we say? We did salvage auction. We want to do barn. Yep, do a barn. One more junkyard. Come on, yeah, we need some luck there. So for anybody that is following the channel, we do have the cross fingers. Cross the fingers that we do find this. We're gonna do one more round of this. Okay, what do we got here? Loose? Nothing. Okay. What kind of cars? Not that one. Definitely not that one. Got a Wabbit. And what's the other one? Got one more in there. Ooh, what do we got here? So we got a Gen 2, looks like an SS. Yep. Gen 2 SS. Nice, how much do they want for that one? Probably about 9? 25? Holy smokes, not in that condition. Probably just needs a bath. It just looks like a little bit rough. I guess all the body panels are on there, so that's probably not bad. We're definitely looking to just get this one refurbished there a little bit. So, not the cars we're looking for. Let's check out the front of the barn and we'll see if we can get find the crate. Fine. We don't have anything loose on our list in this visit. Just the crates here in the front. We'll go ahead and take it for sure. It's not looking like we do. not too worried if we don't find it for today. Check one more pile. Alright, so we don't have the crate in here, so that's fine. Not the big deal. Alright, we'll do one more junkyard, see if we can find that there, and we'll call this good. Yeah, I'm definitely not one to tell anybody of the way they should look for cars. If you liked looking for them in those locations, you do you. I think it's kind of awesome that we do have salvage auction, junkyard, and the barns. Okay, so we'll get that battery off the charger. Get that dude away. Oh, cleaning up our inventory. Nice. So let's do one more junkyard. And like I said, I'll continue to look for this, I guess, as far as in the off stream. If we don't find one on this last visit here to the junkyard. And once again, I'm going to ask, if you're following the channel, you got that emote, I guess, as far as for... That was give us some luck. Very powerful emote. Alright, we got anything loose? Nope. Alright. So, kind of run out of steam on these visits here. So, let's see what kind of cars we got in here. C10 drag is what we're looking for. I think one of our last visits we did find the street version out here, but not the drag. Okay, nothing down that aisle. Yo, Simulation Spy, I appreciate the follow. Ooh, what do we got here? Got a standard Gen 2. That's pretty well picked over. Looks like a Fair Lady, yep. Now what we're looking for. Looking for a C10 drag. Ooh, here's a McLaren. That one is the long tail. We have done one of those. Pretty interesting. So that one's a Sprinter. Yep. Nice. It'd be kind of cool if we can work on that one. So it's looking like we don't have a C10. What's over here in this back corner? Definitely not a C10. Alright, so no C10s in this visit. Yeah, we'll continue to look for this here, folks in here on the off stream. We did make the adjustments to that in the editor, so I'm looking forward to finding one. Yeah, McLaren's definitely good for money. That's how we've gotten so much money in our bank right now. We've worked on quite a few of those McLarens, and that's how we were able to get as much money as we do. Definitely make a lot of money on those. Parts are also very expensive, so if you don't have the cash, I guess as far as right off the bat, definitely got to save up for it. But yeah, we've done pretty much, I wouldn't say every trim, but we've done a long tail, we've done a wide body, and also a standard, which we did keep a standard. And what do I have in my reminds me, what do I have in my parking garage? I have two McLarens, right here. So I do have a standard, which I think out of all of them, I think this is the best looking one, honestly. And I think we have a GTR. Yep, this one's the next best one, I guess, as far as besides the standard. And yeah, these are pretty good penny, I guess, as far as for those. So no matter if you fix it up all the way or not, still pretty expensive car. So had a lot of fun here today, folks. I guess as far as working on the C10 Street, we got this one pretty well dialed in for the Class B. So feeling pretty good about that. I'm gonna continue to do some looking around, I guess, as far as in do some round robins to find that drag version, I guess, as far as of that same truck. Been super fun. We're gonna send this out to somebody on the outro. I do appreciate all the new follows for today. We'll get in those notifications when the next stream goes live. We'll be on here doing some NASCAR 25 tomorrow. Yeah, we're doing some NASCAR 25 there. We're in our second season of the Craftsman Truck Series. So yeah, so far we're off for a pretty good start. We had a good run over at Daytona. So I'm looking to have a good run at the next race. So I think we're at Vegas. So if you want to catch any of that action, definitely tune in for that. We got our social medias posted to the channel. I'll go ahead and put these at your fingertips so you can check those out at your leisure. I do like to let the folks know, I guess, as far as what's going on in between streams. So feel free to tune in for that. You just got one Ferrari 250. Don't want to sell it? Yeah, we got one. Yep, we got it pretty well tuned up. But you only have 200K left from my 2 mil. Yeah, so if you look at the McLarens quite a bit, I guess, as far as this is how we're at one point where we were up to like 11 million. But we ended up buying the 2 McLarens that we have there, so it did dwindle that down a little bit. Those are pretty expensive cars, but super fun. Nice looking cars. But with that being said, folks, I guess as far as I hope you all do have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. And we all hope to see you again here real soon. Whoops. Yo, DeGraff, just coming in here. We're just getting ready to raid on over. So join in on the raid. We're gonna go check up some more. Oh shoot, he went off. So I got plan B. Yep, we're gonna go see. He's playing some My Winter Car. I've been really interested, I guess, as far as in this thing with the My Winter Car. It's pretty interesting dynamics with this game. So if you can join in on the raid, I guess as far as on the outro, I'd very much appreciated. If not, totally understandable. Okay, here we go. Alright, we had to change out the raid. Alright, see y'all later, folks.